Happy Wednesday, everyone! Who's ready to get zooted on a Wednesday? I think I am. Well, will be. Eventually. So I got stuff to do first, and then we can get high as a kite, you know? How is everyone doing today? Wife! Hello, my wife. Are you excited to play Peak today? I'm excited to play Peak today. Speaking of Peak, I need to download that game. I should probably download it, huh? My stuff is backwards. What's happening? I'm looking forward to it all week. Yippee! Why is my stuff not moving? Hello? Chill time the day before my day off. Wait, are you working right now, Kiwi? Are you working right now? It's -30. That's all good. Is it... I am not sitting up in my chair, so that could be the problem. Is my thing not doing the thing? I'm so confused. I'm on break right now. Valid. By the way, is 8 p.m. your time? No, 8 p.m. your time. 8 p.m. your time. 5 p.m. my time. Why is this? Yeah, it's fine. 50. Okay. Why is it not doing the thing? Why is it not doing the thing that I want it to do? Hold on, let me refresh my model. Hi, Zoe! There we go. Oh, fixed it. I fixed it. Alright, cool. Did you know animals? Alright, cool. I gotta go back here. Okay, that's all taken care of. I think everything's taken care of now. Didn't say I'm going live. I forgot my live now. Live now. Look at the little potato. Working. Then keep for the first time with friends. And then some TikToks. Friends. Coffee. Mew. Oh, Mew, you don't have a blue sky, do you? Mew, oh, wait. It's no sweat if you don't. I was just making sure. So I'll tag you on the Twitch. On the fucking Twitter. Good lord. My brain is definitely here. Wednesday. I need the red dot. There you go. Cool. Okay, I think I want to do an update to the Minecraft server and then do some video editing, I think. Or we do a little bit of both. We were requested for a structures compass and a dark orb, so let me open curse and do that. I don't know how to find. Oh, Critters and Crawlers had an update, didn't it? Yeah, I did. But would it change log? Oh, it added the caribou. Yeah. I wanna update that guy. Welcome anymore. Hello, where did you go? I just saw you. What the fuck? Lay down and die. No, not I. We'll survive. Means I know how to live. I know what's to survive. What the fuck? Did I update it by accident? Oh, there it is. Okay. Good lord. I survive. I did. Is this lagging? Why is you lagging so bad? Well, I guess I'll never know. Added. Okay, actually, let's do it this way. Notepad to the rescue. Added some requested mods to the server. Small update. Added. Updated. Oops. Whatever TikToks are ending stream today. They are. Is that okay with the timelines? Is that alright, Kiwi? Will you be here for that? Okay, we're 2 behind. One fix. Validate minimization. Disables mixing for faster. It might go long. That's okay. That is okay. That's kind of what I was expecting. Sort of the first country in the world. Fix those. Physical ones is placing. Deplacement for Windows. Oh, we might have to do this one. What's it? Where's McCall's Windows? This one. Let's update those two. Update. And then, is there anything else I don't have? This guy? You were having a problem there. Prevent some error for crashes that mods specified implemented. I think that'll be fine. Supplementaries, did you add anything? Fix that. Okay, new component. What about our coral tombstone? Is there anything to the ball wants for and then for GUI screen? I don't think that's a big problem. 6 sandstones can break my bones, what is this one? What's the change log for this one? sure we'll update this one as well. This doesn't seem like a big one, but it sounds nice. Sophisticated storage seems to have gotten an update. Why? Fix it. Okay. I just feel like dance and mood. Today is a dancing mood day. Alright, so add content, structures, compass. Hell yeah! Oh, when no one's picking up the phone, I feel ya. Just I could feel ya. This is the wrong one. Wacky wanted a different one, I think. This is for a very old version, that's why. It should work the same way. It's ugly. It's ugly. Oh my god, it's ugly. This one's better, I think. But which one is this? Explorer's Compass. Compass. This one. Oh. 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 So more information about you can search repeatedly. Well, and you can search them for more information. Yeah, that's fine. Notes. Dark orb. Oh my god, my eye itches. Okay. Folder. And let's do this. I don't do something by accident. Sales console. Chat. Should I just do say, be restarting and update. Inconvenience. Actually, I should. We should do the update first, I think. Open folder, this guy, file manager, mods, sort by, okay, it's already sorted by date. Cool. These 5, right? That's what the list is, 5 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5. Then we'll go to critters. Where's the critters? Critters and crawlers 2.24. We'll delete this guy. And then we'll go to Windows. That's not the right one. This one. Oh. Okie dokie. What version are we on? Cancel. 2.4 for Minecraft 1.20.1, and then I need to play it, and then I make sure it works. But while I make sure it works, we're gonna go back and we're gonna go and edit some stuff while I take my meds. Wednesday, but Wednesday don't need Adderall. Which one is that? That's the light blue one. Okay. Minecraft server. We already did prep. I'm gonna get dinner. I'll be back. Have good dinner. I'll be here. I need to pack. This is a big thing. I need to pack for a trip. And then we go to V-Stars. Go here, we go playback. I'm going to be replacing this V-Stars 17? Yeah. This one. And then we replace this one. I think this needs to go up by like 5 decibels. Okay, just hold on. Seven, save. And then this one will get removed, and we'll put this one at the end. And put a little shift to the end. And this one. Oh, which is an effect thing, so. We'll put like here. Okie dokie. And then shader pack disabled, apply. Yeah, done. Resource pack done. What was the thing? I fucking forgot what the thing was. Is it in here? There we go. Tools. Is it in the label Q button? Q right, Q switch. We'll walk you blind. Full tips. Tweaks. Oh, replace. Scaffolding. That's not what I wanted. I don't know where it is. Should work. Is it loaded? Should be fine. Yeah. Profile options. Oh, cancel. Shit. There we go. This selects a server bus including client ones. I'm creating a server path. I need to ask ChatGPT. Actually, let me go back to my games. Oh, you know what? Actually, have to reopen this. Okay. It's this one. Create. Use that meat and go. What if I did it like this? And like cross dissolve this. Just like a little bit more. Chaos. Okay. Subtitle track. No, not alone. This one, great. One, great. Okay. Good, good, good. Retro games. 2 fighting games. This. And it overheals when it's not working. This one. And those two. Those two. Inches. Computer? Computer? Calm down, computer? Okay. to your night. Oh, those are next week. Okay, I was gonna be like, what? I thought I did that. Oh, this can go down here now, and then this can go down. My kitty meowing in the distance. Ooh, this is what I also need to do. Highlights. Date. This was yesterday, which was the 8th. Take me to the moon. Yes, this one makes sense. And then I can delete this one. Cool. Okay. Cool. Oh god. Oh god, what is happening? Yo, what is this screen flickering? Ew. Huh? What's that happening? That's weird. Okay, well. Okay. That shouldn't happen, so should be okay. It's just my Minecraft, so I'm gonna click play one more time. And then while that loads, it should be good now to export, so. Did you already play Peak? No, I did not. That is happening later tonight. I gotta get your work done, and then I can play Peak. Speaking of that, I need to download the game. That's not Peak. Install. Screw up too. It's all gone to get attached to. Have you played it, Mashy? Do you like it? Do you like it? Love Peak. I'm excited to play it. It's my first time playing it. 2.04. Should be good. I'm just gonna wait for this to download and brain thinky Minecraft to load. Also, I realized my mic has been not facing me this entire time. I just realized that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I also don't have a straw for my drink, which sucks, but it's fine. Okay, cool. That's done. That's done. Cool. Minecraft is still loading. That's fine. Hi, Rhino! How are you? Okay, Means we should be able to upload it here. I'm thinking about getting Peak. Well, you can watch me play it and then decide if you want to get it. And we could play it together if you ever wanted to. Minecraft version updates 2.04. Forge 1.20.1 publish. Yeah, this all should be good. And file. Okay. Close. Okay. Is this still happening? Ew. 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 What the heck? Okay. It looks like it's not happening now, so I'm presuming whatever I did was just because of, something that happened while it was lagging and loading, so. Yes, so I'm gonna make sure that this gets updated, and then we'll restart the Minecraft server, and then the update will be live, and then we'll all be good. I'll be good. Alright. But in the meantime, we'll work on the video edit. My nose itches. My eye itches. Everything itches. This one, okay. I closed it. God damn it. Video editing. Blah, blah, blah. What am I thinking about? Everything and anything. Okay, this should be just 19. 17th, this one. Yeah, let's do this one. Link clips. Let's do that. And then let's do the cropping, which is going to be 52. .413. Zoom out. Oops. And then because they're a PNG tuber, we just want to change the speed to 150. Oops. I'll do a little bit more and scoot it just a little bit. Yeah. And then wait, do you have Peak? Kiwi, are we gonna play Peak together sometime? Is that what you're telling me? Change speed to 150. You trying to play Peak with me? Yes. Yes. Is this a problem? I don't know what this song is, but I'm liking it. July. What was Monday? July 4th or 5th? 7th. I'm completely wrong. 7th. Okay, next clip will be this one. I'm down. I might sacrifice you the coconut. Excuse me! Coconut gods. Are there coconut gods? That I don't know about. Why me? Why sacrifice me? I'm a little guy. If anything, I should sacrifice you. For the content. Okay. Switch the game to fighting games. Do it like that. Main focus is on goggles, I think. Try to focus on that, maybe. Her face is like right where this is. Can I move this up? Yeah, sure. Oh, we could move this clip down. Okay. There are if you're delusional enough. Understandable. Cactus juice vibes. I got it. Alright. Alright. What else do I want? This one. Check, 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 check. Oops. There's a check, 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 check. No, no, no. This one's this over. Maybe zoom it in a little bit and bring it down. You got them triple G's. I'm only in my biz. That's a check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. You're getting pho for dinner? Fuck yeah, that sounds great. I hope it is mighty delicious. Actually, and change speed to 200. I want to like bring in other clips. this, and this, and retain. Scoot this one over a little bit. And then let's do I kind of want this clip to be similar, so like here, it's like and then maybe just scoot this a bit, scoot these over just a little bit, and then just this one. Dead by Daylight, we do Dead by Daylight. Time to lay low, ending so. Okay. That track. And then I think 2 clips here. One about a retro game, if I can find what is this one. With this one. It's not a retro game, I don't think. I don't think that is one either. It's Terraria. What is this one? That's Fortnite. What? Did I not get a... I can do this one as well. Hey brother, Hudson's thinking. I'm just spinning. What there's since. Which means P to 150. Apply. So like this, so it's like. Oops. Are these not zoomed in all the way? They are not. I got food. What kind of food you get? My headset is slowly slipping off of my head. Okay. We did stir fry. That sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I hope it's delicious. Delicious. I guess we'll do this one. Clips. Apply. That one part has the most facial expression. Didn't have a lot of facial expressions. What about this one? Oh. The hickey elbows. And up on my arms screw. Oh wow. I kind of front loaded the thing with PNG clips, I think, so I need to edit that. Okay. So let's switch this guy, scoot him over, put him here. Do it all again. That's pretty good. Cool. The empty track, save. Was this updated? Scanning for malware. What the fuck? Why is it scanning for malware? Why would I put malware on my own mod pack that I'm using? You dingleberries? This one. Console. See. Restarting. Small. I'm sorry about the inconvenience. Forgive the cat cow. Oh, cool. I did it. Tables and we took too many shots. Call last Friday night. Bar last Friday night. I was ready to be in the balls. Bar last Friday night. Oh, wait a second for them to get off. Dark all the time. We never want. Oh, time. Walking line. This one. Anyways, a reason I traded my life. And I bet I cannot hide. Hi Vex. How are you? Is everybody off the Minecraft server yet? 1, 2. It says one more person is on, I think. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 14, 15, 16. Pog. Okay, gotta wait for one more person to get off the server. Good, how is the you? I am good. Being productive. I know you can't see my productivity, but I am being productive today. And then I'm gonna have fun, and I'm gonna be unproductive by getting high as fuck. And then we're gonna watch TikToks and have a good time and play Peek with our friends. Cool. pause. Who is still on the server? I will wait. I will wait a few more minutes before restarting the server. You looking at me, a letter in your eyes will say you wanna leave. Looking at me, and I just say the things when I can't. Another. Alright, close Minecraft. I don't wanna get undressed for a new person over again. I don't wanna kiss someone else's neck, have to pretend it's yours instead. I want another person. I don't want the children of another man to have the eyes of the girl I won't forget. Right dear thighs. Blow up. Oh, I didn't put it in parentheses. Please. God, is that still loud? Cool. Enter your new goblin odds. And don't forget your pride flag before chilling in their editing studio by the beach. And keep an eye out at Gobbo energy, because things might get a little rowdy. From retro games to fighting games. Yo, how's everyone? Good. How are you? This aunt and their friends have made Twitch their crash pad and would love for you to join in on the fun. Auntie Bunny doesn't just keep us entertained, but might teach you a thing or two about video editing after working on projects like Mammon Goes to Cashies and a bundle of other short form content. It's hilarious and comforting being YouTubers. Cool. I'm good. I'm glad. Are you excited to play Peak? Is there a tutorial? Should I do a tutorial before? We highlight 3 stars. -19. Position. Pog. No tutorial, you just hold a button, climb, and you're good. Pog. Perfect. Close. Doesn't exist. Minecraft server's updated. Check that off my list today. It's like Zelda climbing, kind of. I've never played a Zelda game in my life, but I believe you. I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm not worried about it. It goes up and down and... How world has someone climbing now? I played Power World for all of... Six hours. What's an amber? Where the tattoo of your face goes up and the sun goes down. On the well, if you have stamina, you go up. If you don't, you let go. Are we live yet? We should be. You might want to give it a second though. Yeah, it looks like. Well, no, Tricky just disconnected. Should be though. It's gonna be a bit laggy though. But no, it looks like it kicked you as well. It might still be loading. So I give it a few more minutes and it should be okay. Okay. I act like a stand-up guy. This one. Please, please. Single create. Okay, cool. Okay, this can last the whole thing. It. Okay, it. In front of me. Okay. god. And oh, your parcels. Upgrade. Motherfucker. This one goes here. The people. Is it too late? Too late. Fast. There are a lot of played ship ink. It comes included which can just make sure. And then the box. I need an image of a box. Say just to walk away, just to let me go. Oh, graphic. Oh, a cardboard box. Okay. Oh, my eye itches. Oh my god, my eye is so itchy. Ew. And roll for fun. Let's see. Okay. And then this one, box. 2 separate instances of box. Make box smaller. And then boop. Boop. So okay, oh, this would be faster. Now this should be here. Man. Just remove this part actually. For the hep hap. And this one can start from here. We can like rotate it. And this one can get rotated too. Oh, one more box. Multiple boxes. This way. And then let's do like this one needs to get flipped. Yeah. And then like a throw sound. Video editing resources. My braid. This one. This one. That one. This goes here to this. Can go here. This goes. Actually, I could be zoomed in a bit more. Actually. Whoop. Hog, I like it. We have after midnight. Somebody tell me this time is over. Nope, this one. And then what is the cropping frame for this? The highlight V stars, did you know, roll for fun, 78. Which I might change that, and 760. Which is also incorrect. So let's do, it's like 410 or something, 413. And then the top margin go up to 38. 38. 413. Do 410. Yeah. Turn this on. And zoom this out. I thought there was a straw in my cup. On after midnight is currently out now, which means we scoop this guy right here. Oh wait, there we go. It's out now. Boop, boop. Think about head patch. How you doing? How are you doing? Guns in my hand, and I'm done. Staring at the blank space before you. Open up the dirty window. Illuminate the words that you cannot find. Distance so close you can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. I'm doing good. Okay, I know, right? This is a great song. No one else can feel the words on your lips. Words unspoken. And then let's prompt this guy, save. Clip operation, replace clip. Tradition. We might, okay, so we have an hour before we're gonna play Peak. I'm thinking we do something a little fun. And that is we're gonna recreate an old TikTok because I want to. But it might be a little cringy, so you'll have to bear with me though. Okay? Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? It's one of my, like, first TikToks that I ever made. Look at how many TikToks I've made. Look at all this. Look at all this. Look at all that. Look at all these. Holy shit, I've made a lot of TikToks. Anywho, it's this one. No, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, it's not that one. Oh, was it that other one? So proud. So many TikToks, I know. Go to the bottom. Which one is it? Is it this one? I don't think it was. Oh, it's this one. So I'm thinking of remaking it. This one's so fucking loud. No wonder everybody hated it. Anywho. I'm gonna remake that one. I think. I think. I don't know. I could, like, take this video, right? I could take this video. I could stop it at the sneeze. And then turn into me now. You sound unsure. Yeah, I don't know. It was an idea I had because I kind of want to do, like, just a silly TikTok, like, with music sound. Of just showing, you know, I don't know. I thought it'd be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I have to get a song for this video. Anywho. Make it chunky to full model? I could. Oh, I need sound effects for this. I need bonk. Hold the bonk. Nope, not. Maybe not. And back to a random one. I guess. I was trying to make more of a cute thing. I think it'd be cool if we could do more cute things instead of always meme things, but meh. Is this the same song that I put over here? Computer, are you gonna stop freaking out? Dude, let me do the thing. Computer. Hello. Thank you. I am for real. Never meant to make it out to cry. My computer's dying. Stop dying. Stop dying. Meant to make it out to cry. I apologize 3 times. Dauda. I don't know what's trending for VTubers right now. If I look up VTuber, what happens? What videos are like trending actually right now? Oh, the I grieve different. I don't really want to do that one. I don't know how to. I did that one. I already did that one. Honestly, I should have done a more zoomed out version because, yeah. Okay, I guess I have an idea for this trend actually. Okay. What the fuck audio is this? Oh, Gyaru's, me too. Yeah, play it. I'm down. I download this audio. Also have to add it to my favorites. How do I add this sound to my favorites? I don't know how to. Album? That's a whole ass album. That's 13 songs, Shadow. Saw the alien bunny girl VTuber 2. Are you talking about this one? She's a sea slug. She's a sea bunny. Bunny slug. In space! Sometimes. Where's Jackson? I am for real. No problem. Here, let me refund your points. Reject and refund. No, the one with the... What? Which one? I am for real. Okay, what was I doing? I forgot what I was doing. Oh, right, I need to finish the roll for fun video. This video. You need to finish this really quick. Top middle. Oh, this one? That's cute. I like their hair. Their hair is really pretty. I like that they're purple. I like their lavender purple. I should reset. I cry. I'm fucking down here. Save. And then... What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was seeing if the sound is the same. No. Okay, cool. It's not the same sound. Okay, I need sound effect. Wow, this creates the new text. To each other's heart. This is wrong with this one. Nope. Nope. I like this one. Toontank has been fucking... Toontank has been cranking shit out, man. Well, all these are by Toontank. That's crazy. Probably cut this part out. Oops. We'll even make it a little fancy and fade this out a little bit. Okay. And then we'll go to 3. We'll bring it down. Oh, I see. Was stupid and wouldn't let me buy the Tevig. What? Oh, you just want this song? I think these need to be boosted. Oh, my eye just... No! No! Get out of the box! No! Jesus Christ! I just blew my eardrum out. No, I said 5. Please be 5. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Good lord, I upped it by 30 and I blew my eardrum out. Jesus. Jesus! Okay. Alright, we're good now. Oh my god, my eyes. Okay. You say found a Denver artist who dresses like Powerline? That's crazy. Alright, we got an hour and 20 where let's make a viral TikTok. Let the I grieve different audio. Give me this. Cause why not, I guess. I don't really know. Get my cowl off my head. Alright. We need this mouse to go away. And then I need to look at the camera. And I need to zoom out. Because I think I want more of me this time. We'll have BLT here too. We'll do a whole like, yeah, we're dancing cause we're excited because we're excited to do art and debut again. And then when it's like I grieve different, we'll be like sad cause like because too much art. The wanting to make all art by yourself and stuff. Okay. So I just need to reopen VTube's OBS. Launch anyway. And then we'll do a little dancey. And then we'll just be sad. Yeah. Okay, I think my brain got it. Recording studio. Recording profile. And then we'll grieve different. Do we want BLT in this? I think I need BLT over here, actually. Nope, not gone. I just want to do like two side things. So like you can go here. And then I grieve different, which would be
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
You are a baby though. Okay. I think that's all the footage I need. I think. This. Bloop. Yeah, you like my eyes? When I do that? Just fucking. Oh, you mean his eyes? Oh, BLT's always got devilish intent in his eyes. That's the main profile, recording studio, and task. You know better than this. Alright, reg. This. Alright. See, let's see if I can do this. I think I can do it. Maybe. I don't really know. I don't know what I'm doing. Those are the eyes that pop out when you... Yeah. Thing. Oh, I have... Oh. Nope, wrong one. Jesus Christ! That's a lot of money for pho. But I guess you probably got it for, like, you and your family and stuff, so... I guess that's not too bad, actually. I've been standing here. I've been standing here. Folder. For 6 people. Yeah, that's actually not that bad, actually. I grieve diff. And then video segments. And then the last, I think, 3. Oh, damn. Yeah. I'm gonna blur off. Okay. And then I need to bring in the video I downloaded. This one. And put this here. But I need the audio. That's the important part, is the audio. Bitch. Start function. Taking my time. Wait, does something happen after? Ah, wait, do they do that too? It was like a 6-second TikTok. God damn it, this means I don't have enough footage. Oh! Fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, well. I'll figure it out. Okay, so. Yeah, I want the one where we're separated, so that would be guilty. Okay. Wait, nope. Move this, and this one. A little bit more to this part. Okay, so it's like. Okay, and then we do. I have to open OBS again because I want to do the thing. Okay. Launch anyway. BLT, you're gonna go over there. Recording studio. I never put my ears back. And then we're gonna do like an excited. Wow, and then a blush. I guess we'll do it zoomed out. I'll be over here and then. And then... Okay. Now I gotta do the thing again where the fucking bag. I have to be careful about which one I close. Be careful, Elaine. It's not the first one. Probably. That's this one. Fantastic. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay, so this last one will come here. I don't know if BLT's dancing in that one actually, because I didn't move my mouse. That's okay. Okay, so this one. Gives a fuck. Don't you want, I can tell. Okay, so I want to do it like this. So that way the end frame and the beginning frame line up. So that way they're very similar in position. Oops. He gives a fuck. And then same with this guy. So I want the last frame to be very similar to this frame. My sweet Latonia, what have you done? This should be. Okay, and then we can crop all these guys. And let's look. How do you live? What have you done? And then we'll bring BLT into this. He is. He's part of the edit, actually. That's the fun part, is that he's part of the edit this time. Oh, you can't be there. Okay, what if, hear me out, BLT, we put you over here. Okay, and then we move the track up, and then BLT is behind us. I suggest he rockets with fart power. He's doing a little dance with me. Wait, what? Wait, where's BLT? Actually, there we go. So it's like. Okay, and then we just have to adjust this again. Because, like, this is not in the same spot, so it should be like that. over here. Guilty's gonna have to move again a little bit. Like here. It's like I feel like he's just like a bit high, so it's kind of like hard to. We're gonna have multiple lanes on screen. No, I need to crop it out because me and BLT were on the same layer. All right, there we go. Cropping. Nope, croplet. There we go. Okay. Should be like that. Yeah. Okay. And then crop left. I kind of like that. Yeah, I think I like that. Okay. We don't need this. Save, and then add track, and this is where we add in snap captions. Everyone that did it though did it with they did okay, but we are gonna do it a little different. Decided to work towards work towards work towards debut. Has to be like big, huh? It's like, oh Jesus. A can of Monster and 2 cans of Dr. Perfectly fill my. That's crazy! Stop! Dude, that's fucking Go Juice! That's Go Juice from fucking Honey Boo Boo, bro. Being poor and realizing that. Actually, hold on. Being poor and realizing that should being poor. I get the battery acid Tango Monster with the slight aftertaste of cherry. It's nice. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. Being poor and to create new assets. Will be. And then this one will go here and being like needs new creative. Learns new art styles. So it would be like I think that's okay. With Obama. Did they? Okay, so they did it. Hold on. Let me fucking like and fucking follow if I'm gonna use their shit as a reference. Okay, so it would be... Okay, now how do I make it pretty? Is it at least a white monster? You basic bitch is crazy, dude. Let's do an adjustment clip, actually. Fucking Dalai Lama. Oh. 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 Let's do... Not a king, not a god, not a non-believer, don't believe it. Create. Oh, I could just, oh my god, it compounds it into one clip. Oh! The Dr. Pepper isn't sugar-free, though. It's a blue one because your boy is sugar-free. The Dr. Pepper isn't sugar-free. That's crazy! Why would you... You know what? You do you. This one. Wait. Oh, I guess that makes sense. God, what's a god to a non-believer? Is hard light good, or should I do a different one? I like hard light. I just got was on sale. That makes sense, honestly. Yeah, I do need an adjustment clip for this though. So it should be. Does the blur actually change anything? Also, bless you, pixels. I think it does a little bit. I like that BLT changes none. All these beauty effects, and he doesn't really change. He just gets more saturated. BLT, where did you go? Oh, you're just in the middle of the screen. Oops. My bad, buddy. And then we want to do a... Let's see, what do I want to do? I want to do like a... Maybe this one? I've never done this one before. Nope, never mind. Color generator, color palette, watercolor, color compressor. Let's do a color compressor. Some black. Not a king. To a god. Wait, but if this is the case, actually we should move stuff, actually. Because the text is in the middle, then this should be like... I should be here. Right? And then should I like zoom this out and then be like, I don't know, I kind of like it zoomed in, I think. Yeah, and then I just have to move BLT over. Same with... is this okay with a TikTok layout? I'd move him up in this one. Yeah. Hi, Ghosty! Okay, and then we just take all this again. And we create a compound clip.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Hello! And then we apply it. Move it, put you there. Wait, what? New compound clip. Create. Oops. Master. Okay. Now I copy and paste. There you go. I did it. I fucking all did this on the template. God dang it. Save project as grieve different. Okay, now what do I do? That took me like 5 minutes. More than that, but 'cause when I arrive, I bring the fire, bring it cold, alive. All right, let's do some color grading. Fuck it, we're doing some color grading. I don't know how to color grade. Pixels knows how to color grade. I don't know how to color grade. But I would like to open up our background scene and just start making that bad boy look pretty. Ooh, thank you for the bullfish. Launch. It should be fine because I don't have anything else open on my computer. On my computer. It's that audacity. Missing things, you know, I can't craft any armor when I look at the starting quest. It shows missing stuff. Please help. I wish I could say the things you when he off of work, Rob take over. Hello. Get low, get low, get low, get low. Do you think I could put an ad out on Reddit and be like, hey, are there any Minecraft mod pack makers that would be willing to help me with some back end things? With payment of little guys? I have no money. How come this never... Hold on, I'm curious about something. Did I do it wrong? Naked. Yeah. I don't know, Pixels. you're getting different answers here, you know? 969. Oh, I can't spell. One more time. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get... This is the wrong project. Window to the wall. All up on my balls. All these females crawl. Oh. Hi, Zach. Hi. Oh, skeet, skeet. Oh. I gotta change what, this one. Back it up. Back it up. Oh, that's a good song. That's a good song. I'm excited to listen to it. With it. Stop. Now wiggle with it. Stop. Now wiggle with it. 6 9. Then she fine. Give me one more time. Get low. Low, get low, get low, get low, get low. Window to the wall. So all top down my balls. All these females crawl. Oh. It's still taking up all my GPU right now, though. Think me and you have the same kind of music taste? Anything you could... Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I need the game view. I pay generously in little buys, but I can't color grade. That's valid. Let's do this one. That's gonna be a lot bigger, but that's okay. 369, damn, she fine. To me one more time. Get low. Get low, get low, get low, get low, get low. To the window, to the wall. Don't stop down my balls. All these bitches crawl. Oh. Okay. So if okay, now we can close this. Okay. So if I were to make this little pretty baby, my little pretty baby, we would do a few things. Toes. So what I normally do with stuff is I don't know if this will look good considering that this is kind of just an environment, but I kind of liked how it looked. Ooh, that's kind of pretty. Windows. Oh. Yeah, except a little bit, maybe less of the blur. Okay, and then you. Yes. Oh God, I love this song. Oh, well, imagine I was racing the Jews in a church corridor, and I can't help but to hear the hearing of changing of words. What a beautiful wedding! What a beautiful wedding! The bridesmaid to away. Oh, what a shame! What a shame! The poor groom's bride is all. I chime in. What the haven't you people ever heard of? Closing the goddamn door. No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things. So poison rationality, I chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? Oh, it's much better to fix these kinds of things with a sense of oh, fuck. Sorry, my bad. I got too into it. Was for a toast, so pour the champagne. Oh, Well, I'll look at it this way. I mean, technically, our marriage is saved. This calls for a toast, so pour the champagne, pour the champagne. I think this is too yellow, I think, for what I want. Does it have two? I think you have two on it. Closing the goddamn door. No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things. Poison rationality. It is appreciated. That's why we have the song redeem, because I know y'all be bumping. No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things with a sense of poison rationality. I don't know, this is how I want to do this. The goddamn door, no, it's much better to fix these kinds of things. Since a poison rationality, I chime in. You got it, buddy. Hold on. Closing the goddamn door, no.
Stay in the box! No! Stay in the box! No! Get out of my skin! Get your hand off my penis!
Get your hand off my penis! That's an SS, a fucking triple S fucking one. Fuck yeah. I don't want to like that effect, I think. Yeah. Want this group? I'm destined for the box. Yeah, you are. You get that one a lot, surprisingly. Color dodge. Yeah, I think I kind of want to do it like that. I wonder what happens. Okay, I want to do a levels. Curves, gradient map, selected color, color balance. Let's try color balance, actually. Yeah, there you go. I kind of want to see what happens if I take away some of the magenta. It's like, I just don't like the pink. There's too much pink. Is it in the shadows? Kind of? Not highlights. Yeah, I think it's in the midtones, and I think it's... Yeah. But then I want it to be less yellow, but I think that's in the highlights. No, I don't like it. Okay. And then... Can we clip out this background? Don't feel the same when you're out of town. The rain was it's falling. Oh, Peep, gone too soon. I love that artist. I literally found out about Lil Peep like right before his death, and it just and honestly, I only really but to be okay, no words, but to be fair, there's only 2 separate times that I listen to him. When he comes up randomly on my Spotify because I like his music, or because I'm really sad. I'm not currently sad, but if I was sad, that's the music I'd be listening to. Copy paste. Aha, and now I'm not around. Oh, that's what I could work on. The sky texture. The sky texture chat. Pixels had us working on the sky texture last night because he said I could hand paint the sky from a reference image. And I didn't wanna. I did not want to. Okay. Yeah, we got time. The sky! The sky that you submitted for us. And we're gonna use the BLT brush. So the sky... I mean, everything in the scene is technically brush strokes with BLT's face on it, so... Give and you take, honestly. Every day and night. There's a song that I want to listen to that I was thinking about yesterday. That's good, yeah. Excuse me. The only singer in the world that I'm super duper jealous of is Anna Pantsu. She's got the voice I wish I had. And honestly, I have a complex about it. She did the last 2 songs she did. I'm like, I'm gonna listen to these and I'm gonna cry because I'm gonna wish I could sound like her. And I don't because I am not trained like her. I don't have the experience like her. But envy still exists. That's my sky. I see it every day. Isn't it lovely? Don't you just love it? Days, the times as if they never end. Sun takes its heels to taunt you. And after summer days, always is the same. Rises the moon. Leaves in the wood color blur. Every scene and haunt you. The lovely flame, burning like smoke, rises the moon. Does this have? Close your weary eyes. Fade in summer skies. Her voice is so pretty. Days seem like a dying ship. Sun's setting harder than a young child. Rises the moon. I actually might use this brush. Rises the moon. Who visited by sleep? Was your ghost to steal away and stream keep? Dream, dream, dream. Pressure. Oh, fuck, I didn't play this the right song. Says your way home, deep down, deep down, deep down, I know the reason for shame. Deep down, we are the same. Costco memberships are great, aren't they? We have one. It's pretty nice. My roommate really likes going at the executive hours. Sorry, we can pay. We must do what it takes to survive. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, did he? Are people adoring it already, though? Is what I'm presuming. Oh, is this because this isn't on? Yes? Oh my fuck. God dang it. Your sorrows and fears. We must do what it takes to survive. On the way. We are the same, you and I. Alright, I want to listen to. I want to listen to this one. Love is where fear of drowning. I'd rather waves of life. If you marry me, on the journey, your life, love me for eternity. Dearest son, my darling dear, I do not astound me. I wave the wavy waves, feel your arms around me. I know you from the boat, and then you poetry, I Call me Rose, please. Hi, Rose. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Welcome to the Milk Club. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Your poetry and to hold. Ah, we need to do that. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. I'm going to copy this and close this. Nope. And then repaste it in. I feel like I could be redoing it. And the dreaming. We are currently just painting up a background. I like the vibes here. Perfect for studying. Fuck yeah! Hope you enjoy. We won't be I guess low-key vibing for a little bit. Or we will for at least like a little while longer. We will be playing Peak in a little bit with my friends. I'm excited. I've never played it before. If you've played it, feel free to tell me what you think about it. But yeah. But I hope you enjoy studying and you have the good vibes and you enjoy hanging out. Sorry, girlfriend asked me a question. Was being played soon? I'm only half of it. And you are totally good. Hope the girlfriend is doing well. We'll be playing Peak soon. Peek. Hi, Four Sets. Welcome on in. That's not how our song requests work. Our song requests work like this. No, they don't. They work like this. Also, they're Spotify specific songs. So, my bad. Until you come home. Wither. What song is it? If it's a good song, I'll play it. Let me see. What song is this? Are they at work and want to chat? Of course. Oh my god. This is a good song. To me. Like that. Yeah, good job, Vexed. Like, what is this? What is the song? Trash, but it's funny. There's some genuine good songs, I bet. No, you can't get through. Human emotions are so raw and pure. What does this mean? This is a very interesting song. It's not like music that I've heard before, to be honest. Song is humanity's greatest accomplishment. Actually, I think humanity's greatest song ever is the Soup song. Actually. You know what? If you send me a song, 4 sets, that matches the vibe, I will play it for you for free. Because this isn't exactly the vibe. And it's your friend and neighbor, VTuber, simple question, non-invasive question. Ask me any question you want, Rose. I'm an open book. What's up? Fuck yes. You're so excited. I'm glad. I could, yeah, whatever. What's up? Whatever you got, throw it at me. An ad will start soon, so I will, if you send it like while you're at, like while the ad is playing, I will wait to respond. So feel free to send it whenever, and I will just make sure it responds. Respond in a timely way. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, chat. I have no idea what I'm doing. How much have I ate today? I'm trying to think because we're about to take an Eddie bowl. And I don't think I've ate that much today, so it might hit me hard. So I'm like, maybe I take it a little bit later. So I was thinking about taking it at 5, but I might take it at 6. I think is my plan. So there are 6 primary dimensions of wellness: social, spiritual, physical, intellectual, emotional, and occupational. Which do you think is your strongest and which is your weakness? Hold on, I have to open MS Paint because that's a whole ass answer question. So 6 primary groups of wellness: social, weakness, spiritual, I think I'm pretty good with. Physical. If you Google 6 dimensions, there's a helpful guide. Oh shit. 6 dimension. Of wellness. Pog. Okay. Perfect. Wait, I like this one. Wait, that one's like... Okay. Take this one. Okay. Alright, cool. Just gonna... Can you get... Okay. Okay, just gonna... Right, yeah, okay. So, occupational... Okay, which do you think is your strongest, and which is... Do I only get to pick one? Is it one each? Oh, wait, there's an ad. Okay, we'll wait. I can't... Waiting for ad. I have to think about this though. Do I only get one per? If I only get one, the strongest one? My intellectual wellness sucks. Definitely, it's that's a meme though. If I put it on a scale of like 1 to 6, 1. It's like middle of the road, so 3. I'd say 5. 2? No. This would be 1. 2, 3, 5, 6, 4. If I had to like do it in a chart of like 1 through 6, I think that would be my like, you know. Okay. Okay, now I can give a good explanation when Rose gets back from break. Oops. Color. I'm back. Welcome back. Okay. So do I only get to pick one, or is it like a 1 through 6 kind of thing? Like 1 is my strongest and 1 is my weakest. Or do I get to do like a 1 through 6, kind of like I did here? Because it might change a little bit if it's like 1 per, in my opinion. What does it make the most sense? They're all part of who we are. Cool. So I definitely say spiritual is 1 because I'm whimsical. I find the whimsy in everything. Everything's a little adventure, and I think that's fun. 2 is emotional because I'm very connected with my emotions. I'm very empathetic towards people, so I think I'm pretty good in the emotional department. Like, I need therapy, but like for the most part, you know, like I love love. I love being happy. I love making other people happy. Occupational is like a middle of the road for me because like I'm currently trying to be a streamer. That's why I'm streaming the 9 to 5. My 9 to 5, of course, not the average Joe 9 to 5 because I don't wake up at 9. But, you know, we trying our best. I think if I was a full-time streamer or if I had a normal job, it would be like higher. 4 is social. You should switch 2 and 4. No. See the social of it is I have a lot of social anxiety, right? I can yap here. I can hang out here for hours by myself talking to you guys. But you put me in a call with other people and I crumple up like a little piece of paper. I'm like, planning collabs and shit, like, it gives me anxiety, but, like, I like talking about other people. This is still yes, but it's a social interaction that I can lead. That I can be the little leader of, you know? Like, you guys can, like, interject with, like, little comments and stuff, but at the end of the day, you know, I am the little cat-cow leader, you know? I wanted to do, like, a little, like, standing pose. It was like, it's me. And, like, I'm the leader. I have the talking stick. And you guys have the chat bubble stick. And obviously, I'm going to do my best to talk to each and every one of you because I love you guys, but also I have the talking stick. The social is about communication skills, being able to set and respect healthy boundaries, healthy relationships, and being socially self-aware, if that helps. No, yeah, no, that's valid. That's like, I feel like it's still at a 4 because while I love people and I love hanging out with you guys and stuff, like, I also have a hard time, like, hanging out with people outside of streaming. Because stream is, like, my life. Most of my week, because I'm, like, streaming for, like, what, 8 hours a day, right? And that's a work day, you know? That's, like, an average
Raw,
work day.
this is BLT's world and everyone is just living in it.
I birthed you. I'll put you back. Don't you make me. But that's like 8 hours, 7 days a week, you know, that's like a full work week. Give or take, because sometimes I'll stream longer, sometimes I'll stream less. But like, it's most of my life, so it's kind of also hard because I'm in this time frame of like 2 p.m. to like 10 p.m. PST. And then my East Coast friends sometimes, like, it's already like fucking like what, 11, 12, 1 a.m. over there. So they might go to bed, so it's like harder to hang out with them during the weekdays and stuff like that. And so on and so forth. So I think my social, and also I just have a lot of like anxiety within on myself of like I think I'm very socially aware. I do my best to have healthy relationships, boundaries I could work on, and communication skills. I only have well if I feel like I can trust you, and my capacity of trust is very weird, right? Where it's kind of like this is stranger danger, and then stranger danger, the space from stranger danger to like friend is very small, and then from friend to trusted companion is very big for me. And that's only because of myself, really. Like most people to me are like in this gap where like in this one I might tell you something that's like I like in this trusted corner, I'm willing to tell you something embarrassing that you did so to like save face for you. But for these people, I might be like, you know, maybe they'll be fine. I don't want to embarrass them, you know? I got your details so fast. What the fuck? You get my social security number? Anywho, not to dwell on that one too much. And then 5 for physical because I'm lazy. I love going outside. I do. I love doing stuff that makes me tired at the end of the day, but at the same time, I like napping. Napping is my favorite pastime. I love EP. And 6 is intellectual because I wish I knew everything. I wish I knew how to do like 2D illustrations or full life 2D modeling. What the fuck? Phantom of the Opera. This is crazy. I wish I knew how to code. I wish I knew how to make full mod pack servers and be able to fix everything on my own, but I don't. And so I think this is like my most poo-poo spot because I'm constantly suffering from not knowing enough, but also knowing too much of too little things, of many little things, but also just nothing at all the same time. So I hope that was helpful. I'm a donut. Little donut. Be so for real. I feel like your intellect should be higher. You think so? I think for me, it's not. I think I perceive it as lower because I wish I knew more. Right? And it's like that saying, like, jack of all trades, master of none, but whatever, what is the full thing? Or it's not based on knowing things, which may be the hard part. Oh shit, what? Wait, there's this chart that explains it. Oh no. Their physical and emotional are the lowest. You shut the fuck up. It's about wellness. Right? My wellness is pretty poggin. Doesn't explain. That fish scared. This fish is scaring me. Okay. Wait. This one has like a. This is different. It's based on staying curious, wanting to learn. Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, I gotta go all the way back. Okay, so I definitely think 1 for spiritual. Spiritual or pog in there. I think occupational is like a 3 because it's like in the middle of the road. This is hard. Is this the thing you're being thinged on? Like how hard this is? Physical is a 6 then because I don't want to do shit. I want to nap all day. I'm not the worst, but I'm meh. I think social could stay where it was. Oh, this is the easy homework. What the fuck kind of homework are you doing, Mr. Albert Einstein or Mrs. Albert Einstein? Fucking, I have to judge myself. That is hard. I will say, judging yourself is hard. But if it's like wanting to know stuff, I would say this is a 4, and I think this is WoW. I'd keep it, honestly. I'm just a baby. Poor Rose is just a baby. Fuck them. Babies don't self-analyze. Have them judge you for you. Holy shit, Vexed. What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? I hope that was insightful for whatever you're doing. If you need me to explain more, feel free to let me know. What the fuck do you mean, Vex, that you have to be at the pharmacy in 15 minutes? Do you forget that you have drugs to pick up? It was actually Pog. I'm glad. I'm glad that my little ramblings can help. It closes soon? Bro, go! Go! Stop yapping here! Go! Get in the car! It's almost 8 p.m. here. Go! Stop talking to me! Go get your meds! Stop it. Assignations and punctuations are lunatic. Oh, millions of things to this one it takes. Only swear it was inside that counts. My insides are red and yours are too. And the red on my face is matching you. Goodness, you're bleeding. What a wonderful feeling. Understanding your head is just reeling. And that was hard. I didn't think I'd have to psychoanalyze myself today, but that's okay. I like doing that. It's actually fun. I think it's a good reflecting point to psychoanalyze yourself in like different aspects. Of you, that means I love you. The dimensions are hard. There is a 4-page assignment from the National Wellness Association for it, and it doesn't encapsulate everything. Jesus! It sounds like, you know what? You sound like you're gonna be an important person when you grow up. And all I can say to that is I commend you. Oh, 1 to 5? 4 pages, but like 30. Oh, 1 to 5. That's crazy. It's okay. You're gonna be I'm sure this, this sounds like big, important people homework, You know what I did for homework in college, which I'm presuming you were in college? God, I hope not. I'm so tired of living interesting times. No, you're important to me now, so obviously you're gonna grow up to be an important person. You know what I did in college? I did this. Because I went to school for game design, and this is how you would do something in game design. Yippee! High and dry, those close to my love you. I don't think I could do game design. I mean, there's art. You don't have to do like the coding part of it. You can do art. Or if you like art, you could do, or if you don't like art, you could do the coding. Hard, intimidating. That's valid. That's valid. That's valid. I mean, as long as you're doing whatever you like to do, that's the more important part, is that you're doing what you want to be doing. And not what you don't. Because if you're doing what you don't want to do, then, like, then maybe that questionnaire about, like, the wellness thing is very important, you know? You gotta sit down with yourself and be like, who am I? Am I a man? Or am I a Muppet? You know, kind of situation? A wonderful feeling. It is just feeling that means I love you. Sometimes Elaine is more of a slime girl than a cat cow with how she pulls in everyone. That's just because, that's valid, honestly, though. If only I took more time to think of my VTuber design instead of being like, cat girl from Final Fantasy. I like cows, though. So, cat cow? I think someone called me a demon cat the other day again. Not again, but like okay. To be full frontal, I have never been called a demon cat. And I've never wanted to be called a demon cat. Not because I don't like it, I'm not a demon cat, you know? And I make it pretty clear that I'm not. I feel like some girls, I'm at a red light. Vex, stop texting while you're driving. I'm gonna eat you, Vex. And in a not fun way. But I get an armchair psychology myself all the time, much to the professionals' moderate concern. 10 out of 10. Hey, I mean, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. Okay, I have to be cautious of the time because it's getting close to time. To play Peak, I have to go to the bathroom. I forgot what I was talking about. Oh well. Oh no, the demon cat thing. Okay, so I've been pretty clear that I am not a demon cat and I am a cat cow. Okay, I'm pretty clear that I am a cat cow, but I am like almost sure that someone called me a cat demon. I'm not a cat demon. Just because I have red eyes and horns, which kind of add up to demonic things, does not mean I am a cat demon. I'm a cat cow. Okay? You don't just go up to a... Fuck, what's a mixed breed in D&D? I was gonna be like, you don't just go up to a tiefling and call them a devil. You do though, because that's how that works. What other? You don't go up to a satyr, right? The half deer people with the horns. You don't go up to them and be like, demon horse. That's not how that works. Probably. I actually don't. Like, it could work that way. Actually, I actually don't know, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. Your giant slong street. What do you mean? I have a micro penis. Thank you very much. I have big dick energy, but I actually have a micro penis. That's my lore, is that I have a micro penis. That's what I believe. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. I have to go to the bathroom and get ready for color grading. What's happening? What is this? Oh, tiny frog! Oh, he's portable! He's so fat. Did you make him fat?
Do you not remember asking? You were really high.
Oh. You expect me to remember something when I was high. That's crazy.
It's just covered in giant rolls of fat.
He feels like he'd be one of those frogs that you could, like, do the...
Yeah, he'd start looking like that.
Yeah, thank you. Yippee! I got a new Fred! Pixels printed me a new Fred, which is the name of this frog that I have. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Fred? Now 10. Now I have 10. He's even... Oh no, he's a little bit bigger than my smallest one, which is a witch one. Every time Pixels get a new 3D printing filament, I get a new frog. So I'll have to put him up with some poster tack later. But I gotta go pee. And I gotta get ready for the collab, so I'm gonna do that really quick. Let me do that. Let me also, can I save this brush? Okay, I hope that saved it. I don't know if it did, but I hope it did. Because after peak, I will be too high to do anything else other than watch TikTok, so. Okay. Let me open it. Let me open it. I gotta go to the bathroom so bad. The big dick was the friend's name. What? The big dick was the friends we made along the way. Yes. Friendship for the win. Sorry, I can't read. You'll learn that I might be illiterate. Here. It's a common conception here that I'm illiterate. Okay, I have to hide my tail for the people that come in. Maybe smaller but bigger clips. This game is very loud. Why are all games so loud? I'd rather games be quiet and then have to boost their audio. What's happening? Landfall? What's happening? Alright, much love. I'll be lurking. I really gotta get this paper done. I believe in you, Rose! Feel free to, like, check in. If you need us to, like, if you need me to, like, take my penis, I don't want it. Red light again. Vex, I'm gonna eat your penis in a not friendly way. But yeah, Rose, if you need us to, like, check in with you or something, like, just let us know. 5 minutes. My game is, like, frozen. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back.
BRB, I'm off to mash my micro peen like it's Mario Party.
Oh, vexed. Oh, vexed. I'm sorry. It's been close for. I'm sorry. You could go tomorrow. Couldn't you go tomorrow? Like on a lunch break or something? You know, lunch break? Maybe? You can go tomorrow. Tomorrow exists, you know? That emo. Okay. The peak load. Peak did not load. I'll get a lunch break. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, ask him for a lunch break so you can get your meds. That does sound illegal. Hi, Bonfy. We're getting peak. He said my game didn't load. I show up late to work because I need those meds. Oh, what's
I
up?
played a fun game of turning my fans off so that I don't sound like an airplane in peak.
Valid. Yeah. I just show up late. Oh, but that's a valid reason to show up late, though. You know?
Hello.
You know?
Hello.
Oh, hi, wife. Look at you two with matching chibis. So cute.
I thought I better, at least my first time back to stream, I better represent my new little baby.
Little baby. Matching babies.
Little baby.
I just need this guy.
You should make me just like a little bit bigger than Buffy, just to be so I'm taller than him.
I think you are, technically.
When she was or what's Hiromi's pronouns?
She, her.
Okay. When she was putting them up on her stream to look the sizing, I was a little taller than Buffy, and I was like, yes.
I believe it. Select microphone. Oh shit. This one. Continue. Okay. It is still, but I can operate. Well, yeah. So you can just get them before work.
Apparently they did some updates to the stability, so
Oh,
it's good. Because me and Miyu tried playing a while ago and it didn't go well because the servers were not great.
No.
understandable. If I don't get them within a few days, it's over for me. You'll get them. You'll get them. I believe.
I played
You'll be
them
fine.
a few times. I played them. I played it a few times since then, and like last night, and it was great. No one disconnected, even with the mod for more people.
Nice. What was I thinking? I'll check on you every day, Vex, to make sure you get your meds. Why is my GPU maxed out? Hello?
It's this game.
Oh my god, please.
This
don't
game
do
is
that.
not very well
Please.
optimized,
No.
Please. I hate that. That makes me
which is kind of a feature of these companies' games. From
Ew. Oh my god. Ew. Why is it so high?
I had
Oh
to
my
set
God,
this
that
game as high
stresses me
priority
out.
in Taskmaster just to like get it to really like be a little smooth.
Yeah.
that's a good idea, honestly. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, Ghost told me
I'm
to
gonna
do
drive
that when
home
we
now,
were
BRB.
having
Be
trouble
safe.
trying to get it to play.
Do you have anyone really on for you? We're gonna rest and we make food for lunch break. My dad is out of town and my mom works all day. Fuck.
I didn't even think about putting my fucking. Oh, I think my peak's frozen.
This music is.
Peak!
This music is.
Peak!
A peak!
Stop freezing! It like kind of froze when I turned it on earlier. Why is whenever I want to play games on a stream with somebody, my computer's like, no, you're not playing nothing.
Maybe it's performance shot, you know?
And there's people looking, so it's being troublesome.
It's being shy. Don't look at me, I'm shy.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, at least it loaded up smoother.
That's illegal in
It's
most
okay.
places that care about people as long as your shift is over 6 hours. Yeah. Yes, sir.
There we go. That's much better.
Oh god. Hi, Ghostbuster. Hi. How's it going?
Look, it's the other Weef. It's Weef with an E.
Weef. Weef. Hi, Weef. May I also be your Weef? Are we all Weefs of each other?
Yeah, we're just one big harem.
What the fuck?
Oh, I
Max
accidentally hit the
frame-
credits. Why did I do
Max
that?
frame rate 400. What the fuck? Good lord. No one need. Oh, see that fixed it. Now my GPU's not getting. My goodness. My
Oh, what did
cooking
you put?
skills are
Oh,
ready.
60? Alright, I'm gonna put mine all
Yeah,
the
I
way
put it
down.
to 60, and now my thing's lowered.
I didn't even think of that.
Okay, I'm
gonna do like
no
100.
game should really be over 60 unless like it's an FPS game. So.
Oh. Alright, I'm gonna do 66 because that's where it stopped.
Sounds
I did
good.
60.36 because I couldn't.
Whoa,
For some reason, so somehow I'm getting point of a frame. It's fine.
Yeah, like mine was like 9.
Hit us with that invite, girl.
Weef. So we have waff, weef, and now we need weefy.
We need a wiki.
Weefy.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh.
That's how I read that every time.
Yeah, that's how you
Oh, hi,
should
Mark.
read it every time.
Like, oh, Mark's here.
The film The Room ruined so many things for me.
How do I invite people?
Just,
Tab out
there's a
or go to
little-
the kiosk by the elevator.
there's a little thing near the elevators that you can click on and it'll bring you to an invite screen. That thing, go
yeah.
at it.
Okay. I hate this paper. I'm being called out 24/7 and I want to go. That is how it be. That is how it be with like psychological stuff like that. Let me. Okay. Also, let me change my stream title.
I'm gonna mute myself in Discord so that we don't double talk.
Okie dokie.
Oh, you know, I'll just turn my Discord down.
Yeah, I'll keep mine up just to wait for Gordy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Hello? Oh!
Hello?
You have a little guy. How do you emote?
R?
Hello?
Yeah.
What the fuck? You died.
Hold R, and then there's like an emo wheel. Emo?
Oh, okay.
Emote wheel.
Oh. Haha, wait, the... Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Oh, you're dead! I forgot to change the audio output for this game. Apparently, being active in childhood analysis is super important to your cognitive well-being and can permanently alter. Yeah, a lot of things in your childhood can alter your shit. Unfortunately, there's no break required in Michigan. What do you mean? That's crazy. All right. I'm gonna see what Gordy's doing in this stream. I'll be right back.
Okay.
What's Gordy doing? What's Gordy doing?
Hello.
I think he might be AFK. He might be AFK. I don't know.
I think that game, bro. Ah! Did it freeze for you too, or is it just me?
There was just you were just kind of running in space, like, up in the air a little bit, so I went under you and, like, made you, like, bounce.
Oh, thank you.
Bounce on it. Crazy
Yeah.
style.
Bounce on it! Jump on my head,
Yeah.
Elaine.
Jump on your head?
Yeah.
Oh! Okay.
That's how you can boost people.
Oh, I feel boosted. You make a little boing sound.
This is how you bounce on it.
Bounce on it. How about you guys have pins? What are the pins?
Yeah.
Those like
They're achievements. Achievements. You get achievements in this game.
Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. This is the only thing I've been wanting to do this whole time. I knew about social, emotional, etc., but now I'm looking at the numbers and just doing a sport and can't argue
Elaine.
numbers yet. What's up?
Look.
Hold on.
I'm
Oh my
Rock
god! Sounds good. Dude, I want to be an anime character.
Don't worry, you'll get plenty
Sounds
of...
good. We'll wait for you, Mew.
I like being a Sailor Scout.
I wish I had the star eyes. The star eyes are so cute.
You get them for placing 10 pitons.
Pitons. Yeah, I watched a TikTok about that. I want to dance in the mirror. I'll be telling them tomorrow that their closing time was wrong, because if that happened to me on a Saturday and I was out because they were closed the next day, I would have ended up in the hospital. Yeah. Do you need a hand? I like the little hands in this. Little hand.
Did you want to
Like
see
little
something?
Steven Universe baby.
But
hand.
if you walk up to somebody and then like take out the passport, it looks like you grab them.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Ugh.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I opened it. Oh shit!
I've got you. Because it like brings it up so far as you can like grab people between your hands.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm surprised they don't have like mini games. Oh wait, can we climb this climbing thing?
Yeah, that's for that
Even a
exact
12-minute session of aerobic exercise improved the selective attention of a children lower income and exhibited even with greater improvement than higher income children. That's how
So
it be.
You click to climb.
Click?
Yeah.
I'm just using the arrow keys.
Well, that's because you're using a rope, like a cheetah.
Oh. Oh! 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 Oh, I didn't die.
So yeah, you
Okay, I wanna climb on this side.
hold the click button to climb, and then you move up.
Okay.
If you press
I think I'm
shift,
doing this
you
wrong.
can like dash a little bit. It's good for when you're at the end because you can like make a little bit of extra space.
Okay.
Look, I'll help you up.
I'm coming.
Look up.
Yeah, I'm just holding left click and pressing W, dude. That's all I'm doing. Yippee!
When you're climbing, you should look at people because if they're holding the hand out and you look at them, they'll grab you and pull you closer.
Oh. Wait, do that again. I think your hand is like a different color, like the palm of your palm of the hand is a different color. It's like the light. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's flopping around like a fish. My client will
you
never
can
know
jump.
peace, gross motor exercises all day. Yeah.
You can jump while ragdolling. It's really stupid.
I mean, that'd be a good way to get unstuck out of things. Grab. Oh, do I have to Miu, do I need to re-invite you? Is that how that works? Can you do that? Okay. Keep in mind, the online hours may not be handled by the staff in store. It's probably corporate. Yeah, or whoever handles their Google store stuff. What are you doing? Are you ragdoll in that corner? Are you? Whoa! He's gone. He's gone, chat. And here you see the animal in his natural habitat. Be careful. He's feisty when he doesn't have a snack. He may try to lure you in with his tiny little baby hands. But be warned, chat.
You can get through that wall if you try to wedge yourself behind the sign. And there's a cool little Easter egg back here. No. 2 hours down.
I was like climbing the top.
So if you press 1 random, like every now and again, you like put your hands through the wall, and then you can like kind of like try to force yourself through.
Oh, okay. Like 1.
It's like
1.
Yeah, you basically just have to jump, and then press 1 a bunch
Whoa.
while going forwards, and then eventually you'll get through.
Ew, who the fuck is that? Oh my god, I got kicked out. Let me in.
Is that the scoutmaster?
Yeah, he's in here.
Let me in. Let me in. Let me in.
He's a freaky little fella.
Bobby, help me. Bobby, help me.
Damn,
Bobby,
you can
my
see
ass.
right up his short leg.
My ass is too big. I can't get in. Help me.
I can't. There's a
Help
wall
me.
here.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I was gonna try to take a screenshot. Oh.
Hi, Sheppy. My ass is too big, Boffy. I'm going up. Ah, my braid. Where is Gordy?
Your
I want to
head
play the
is
game.
stuck.
I'm stuck. My ass too fat. Help. Guys, help me. I'm climbing upwards. Wait, I'm going upwards. I'm going upwards.
This looks like something out of looks like something out of a fucking ring. That's terrifying.
Hey, that's mean.
Your head
Don't
is on
mean
the
to
other
look
side of the
this way.
wall.
I was born this way.
But yeah, you could just.
Can you?
I put on.
If I just keep climbing. If I just keep climbing. Oh, I didn't know. You know what? That guy's scary anyway. I don't want to see him anyway. A fucking ugly mug.
Don't worry, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm
What do you
sure
mean
you'll
you
see
can
him
get
later.
attacked by him? What do you mean he's a living entity? Can he shit his own pants?
He can shit yours. Yeah.
Bobby, I'm gonna do it. Bobby, I'm gonna do
No.
it. Oh my god, Mia! Mia! What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait. Oh, my face. Where's Gordy? Yeah, the starry eyes have glow on them. It's cute. It's cute.
you had to do it to him.
You're a proper lady. How am I standing? I'm just let me go. I wish you could grab people. There are already cheaters.
can,
for this
kinda.
video. I saw that. I did see that. Gordy joined the expedition. Yippee. Gordy.
Is that Gordalicious?
Gordy. Whoa, he looks like a scoutmaster. Is he gonna diddle my bits like the other guy that you guys were saying is gonna diddle my bits?
I like how.
Wait. Don't
I like
diddle
how
my
everybody.
bits. Wait. Don't diddle my
Everybody
bits.
has just decided that this is the best mouth. I like that.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, we got fangs. We are fang babies. But I can't have it because I just opened this game.
I need to turn Gordy
Why
up.
is Gordy not talking to us? I don't think Gordy likes us, guys. Guys, I think Gordy
Gordy's
doesn't like
talking
us
in
anymore.
game. I can hear him.
I don't hear him. Gordy.
I can hear him. He's just
Gordy,
very quiet.
Gordy, why don't you like me, Gordy? Gordy, why don't you like me?
There we go. I muted.
Gordy, why don't you like me anymore? Gordy. Gordy.
We're like little zombies. Gordy. Gordy.
We're gonna diddle you. We're gonna diddle you.
Y'all probably can hear,
I can hear you.
Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me. I'm not pushing you.
You're just
Back
really
that ass
low.
up, back there. Yeah, you're just quiet.
Yeah, that's like
Are you
my
use-
streamer voice.
Wait, can we push Gordy off? Wait, push Gordy off.
He must be
Breathe in my ear
sacrificed.
like that. Don't you
Sacrifice.
breathe in my fucking ear like
Sacrifice.
that.
Sacrifice.
He was he was sacrificed.
Oh! Don't sacrifice me! Wait! I'm not ready! I'm not ready! I'm not ready!
Now the other one.
No oranges allowed on the podium.
I'm taking you with
Get
me.
off! Get off!
Goodbye,
No,
cool
you're not.
world. Bleh.
No, my wife! Hi.
Oh, hello.
My favorite thing to do is the fish flop.
The fish farm?
Oh yeah, I saw you do that earlier.
Wait, how do you do that? Play dead? Am I fishing? Oh. I wish I could see. I wish when you play dead, like, you could see. Like, in third person. What? Wait. They don't love you like I love you. Wait. They don't love
Wait.
you like I love you.
They don't love you like I love you. Why? They don't love you like I love you. It fucking grabbed
Your buddy.
me.
Yeah, that's great.
Ah.
Why won't you hold my
Why do your
hand?
hands just keep going behind your back?
I
So,
lost
like,
him, I promise.
I don't know.
like Gordy has this like Gordy's got his like hyper good stats, and then you're just sitting there like all submissive, like.
No, some way.
Oh wait, I can turn Gordy up. Oh,
I can
200%.
touch you.
I'm gonna match Elaine's hat, so I'm gonna put my hat back on.
Okay.
Buffy, what did you say?
I said I can touch you.
No, we can touch you.
Oh.
Oh.
Gee, oh my
Oh
gosh.
my. Oh my. Oh my.
So forward. I need to go think.
Gordy, are you using the right mic? Because you're so quiet.
You can
Are you
think.
using the right mic? Get back here, little man.
Weddy. Weddy for an
You
adventure.
ready? I'm ready for an adventure too.
Do you
was
have?
just
I
trying to see-
can't hear you. I think you got your push to talk on in game.
Oh, what the fuck? Hello? Hello?
I tried flipping it back and forth.
Underneath you, like
Okay.
when you do this, it pops up.
Your mouse not even moving.
Hello? 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 No!
No. Here, I'm gonna unmute you. Unmute Discord real quick.
Wait,
What? I can't hear you.
can you kill me now? Massive
No.
volume. No?
I call this the dead fish.
I changed nothing.
Yeah, I know. It's like you were just speaking.
What about now? Can you hear me now?
No.
Oh, I think I might have to restart the lobby.
Elaine, why are you silent?
I'm gonna restart the
I
lobby.
don't know.
Speak to us, Elaine.
Oh my god!
Speak.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm out of there. Okay. Oh, does it? Does it? Okay. Yeah, let's see if that works better. Oh wait, do I have to leave? Leave game. Can you re-invite me? Okay. Remove Bonfy's food.
I hear you.
Oh, I heard
Hello?
I heard Elaine
Hello?
noises.
Hello? Am I
Hi.
here? Am I back?
Yeah.
Hi.
We're so back, bestie.
Hi.
We're so
Yes,
back.
I gotta
Okay.
turn Boffy down so much.
So sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. You're like so much like louder, but then Gordy's like super quiet, and then Elaine's like perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn guard. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready then?
I'm ready. Yeah, here, I'll show you how to start
Okay,
it.
I'll go.
This
I'll go
way.
make sure Gordy's ready. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
do the map stuff because I don't know how to do that. It'll be faster. if you
Oh,
do.
it's literally just one click. It's just this
Oh.
kiosk. over
Gordy,
here.
are you ready? Are you ready?
He said. He said.
The map is different each day, Elaine. There's just one map per day.
Ikimasho.
Oh
Ikimasho.
really?
Yeah.
Ikimasho.
Oh, yeah, the maps. Ikimasho.
Ganbatte! Naruto! Sasuke!
Oh. Ikimasho.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Are you ready, Captain? You look like... Can you be our scout leader? Sorry, I didn't mean to push you. Can you be our scout leader?
I got you, but I also heard some
Scoutmaster Gordy.
What?
Okay.
What did he say? What did he say?
2 seconds, I guess.
Oh,
Because
okay.
I think I hear him walking away.
Yeah.
I guess I'll
you
just
go.
die.
You go take him. I'll look away. I'll look away. Don't worry about it, man. I'll give you some
Hey,
privacy.
little sugar, let me whisper in your ear.
What the fuck?
Elaine, you want to see
Do
my
you
other
think this is a
outfits?
What? Yeah, let me see your outfits. Oh,
Got
cute.
Cookie Miesta.
Oh, whoa.
And then you got the one that Boppy has.
I like
See
mixing
one?
this one with the little beret because it makes me look
Oh,
like
what
a
did I
little
get this
fella.
one? Look, I'm scrunkly.
How scrunkly.
Oh,
Scrunkly.
But I like the Hawaiian shirt. It's my favorite
I
because
like
I get to
the
wear
Hawaiian
flip
one.
flops.
Yeah, that makes sense.
which one's
That's
this?
so
Which one's
cute.
the one that Gordy
Oh,
has?
I like him. I don't know. He's like a scoutmaster. He looks like the scoutmaster that you guys said I was gonna diddle us.
Oh, he more than diddles you.
He more than diddles us. I don't like that you're
Yeah.
drooling when you say that.
Oh.
Oh, you're dead. I wish I could pet your head. Your big, round, beautiful head.
I wish they gave us hair.
I don't.
I mean,
I like being bald.
imagine if they do. They add cosmetics for hair. My friend
All the
had that
seal
face.
eyebrows.
My friend has the face that you wear, Buffy, but with the mouth that's like the little three, like the little smoochy mouth. And he
I
calls
love
it his
that.
Riz
The
face.
little Morty mouth.
Yeah. And so whenever he's a ghost, it's just like a ghost coming to Riz you.
I like mixing these.
Hmm.
Oh, so angry.
Do you like these eyes?
Oh, Buffy should have those eyes. Buffy should have those eyes.
Oh,
That's
I
a
want those so
bossy eye
bad.
thing.
I don't have those eyes yet. I want those.
How do you get them?
I don't remember how I got. Oh my god! Look at these eyes.
Aww. Like big old alien eyes.
Mhm.
I've got an eye patch.
All tired eyes.
I have like one eye that I'm missing.
My friend
Really?
Stan has the
Wow.
crab head, and it makes me jealous.
Me too. All my friends had the crab
Makes
head
sense.
last night. I was like, oh. I have so many
I'm
hats
just
I
a
don't
will-
have yet.
I'm just a will guy. I'm just a will guy.
Will guy. You're just a will, oh, you're just a will guy. You're just a will
Just a will
guy.
guy.
Little guy.
Gonna go on my first
Will guy.
camping trip.
I hate
Yeah,
that. Please
I
stop.
got-
It's worse
got-
than my friends doing the old princess voice.
I got.
We're gonna die here. We're gonna die.
No, let me
We're
go.
gonna die.
I didn't sign up for this,
We're
Grandma.
gonna
I didn't sign up for this.
We're all gonna die.
Sorry, I'm back.
Go
Hey.
back.
Did you take a shower and make dinner again?
No, I just
Yeah.
what? No, my cats were fucking around with the
Hello,
dogs.
Grandmaster Goldie. It's
Oh.
me. I'm just a little guy.
Just a
Bye.
little guy.
Hey.
Scoutmaster, are you gonna join the? Oh. So I asked the Scoutmaster if he's gonna join us in Discord.
Bing, bing. Run around, get them out of the kitchen. Which that's what they were doing.
Hello?
Hello.
Who is this?
I'm still in the ground. Ugh.
Who is
Oh,
this?
Bing Bong. It's Bing Bong.
What does he do?
We get an achievement if we get to make it up to Iwind with him.
Oh, okay. Can I put him in
Oh,
the
that's how
background?
you get the crab head. You take the trumpet and
Yeah,
you sing it through the capybaras.
We got two people.
Yeah, you open up the suitcases, you get stuff. I'm gonna put this in your in your
So,
backpack
Jack,
so they can get over here.
in
Okay.
20 seconds, ads are gonna start,
I
so
want
There you
the
go.
pack
We got a
in.
health kit in there.
You guys have to do the ads.
Pog.
Just, you know, hang out for me. Show me that
Where are
you
the
can last more
pythons?
than
I
a
want
minute, okay?
the pythons. I want the
Oh wait,
pretty
Elaine.
eyes.
Oh wait, Elaine,
Yes.
come out.
At the shore.
At
Hi,
the
Brett.
shore.
I'm sorry that I missed you, stuff.
Welcome back!
We're called 1v1 with the Scoutmaster.
Why
Now,
is she talking so sensually through the
killing
ear?
it by... Well, because you guys told me to get so close to the goddamn mic if I talk about...
Well, it's because you're so fucking quiet, man. I have you at 200 fucking percent, man.
Fuck! If I just goddamn fucking fuck! Then I have to fucking fuck, man!
Hey.
No,
Watch
I'm
that
crashing
language.
out. I'm crashing out right now. No,
Watch that language, sir. Watch that language, sir.
Alright, listen.
Hey,
just
look,
because
there's
you
an
guys-
apple.
Just because you guys are supposed to be my scoutlings or whatever the fuck that means, doesn't mean you guys get to go ahead and disrespect me, okay?
I'll be your scoutling. What? The red ones you can eat, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like
Alright,
fruits you
but-
can't eat, mushrooms you can't eat. Red crisp apples are good. I think yellow ones are technically good.
Might be a little tart, I presume. What is that?
You can get poisoned. You mean that purple thing?
Yeah,
Don't
what
touch
is
it,
this
don't touch it,
purple
don't
thing?
touch it, don't touch it, don't touch it!
Okay, well, but there's more apples. There's apples! Oh, there's a suitcase.
Oh yeah, open the suitcase. I just hear
Bandages.
Bossy's laugh in the distance.
Okay, I'm coming. Tell Gordy to yell more. I mean, what? Who said that?
Oh yeah, Ghost likes Gordy's voice.
That's valid. That's valid. If y'all want to go over to Gordy's channel, go for it. Cause like you can hear him in his voice acting voice.
Gordy, I have a
happening?
friend that likes your voice. They said
Going
to
this
yell
way?
more.
Really? Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Do we have to go up that one? I don't want to go up that one.
Really kind of you.
I want to go up this one. No, I don't want to go up this one either. I want to go up this one. No, it's too late. It's too late. It's already been said.
Alright, you better stop chasing your own. You're the cougar, but it has to show you that blind.
You're really good at
Bye,
that.
guys.
That's
You better stick
Wiki.
by me.
Yeah, yeah, he's gonna be a voice actor someday. I believe it.
Gordy was born to be entertaining.
arigato.
Yep.
Where's my wife?
Come on up, guys.
Oh, she's right there.
Oh, thank you.
Alright, time to...
Hey,
Maybe?
Gordy. Can you crouch real quick?
No, let's go this way. That one's not a good way.
Okay.
Let's go this way.
Someone's playing the game, playing a peak game. I am. How you feeling, Oso? Are you feeling alright? I'm doing good.
Good.
Did Boffy just
The
die?
boys are touching each other.
No! I'm the Scoutmaster!
I think this way?
I'm going this way.
Scoutmaster told me that he'd give me a toy if I touched the stingray. The jelly.
Did he give you a toy?
He called it a toy, but I don't think it was one.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm gonna beat you guys to the top. I'll be the Scoutmaster.
Ah!
Oh, it's a race? Oh, man.
Oh no.
How did you?
I think I'm gonna lose stamina. I'm falling! I'm falling!
Wife's already
I'm okay. I'm okay.
You can slide down if you fall. Just grab the wall.
Okay. Lane is the real top here. Exactly. Never mind. No, shut up. Oh. Fuck. I think I went the wrong way, guys. No, I believe in myself. I can do this. It's nighttime now. I have the backpack. Why does it sound so spooky?
He's coming.
No, I fell again. No, I was so close. Who's coming? Coming where exactly? Alright. I got this. No, I'm so close. No! Ow. Ah! Wow, this is spooky. I might have fell a little bit, chat. We're okay. We're gonna be fine. Coming in the mountain, that's why I know. Coming in the wild. Where did my friends go? This is spooky. I'm gonna go the unconventional way. But I guess I should go this way. I hear my friends this way. The consequences of your actions. No, that doesn't exist. It is so spooky to hear my friends in the distance. I'll go this way, I guess. I think this is the way they went. There's a porcupine. There's a porcupine. There's a bridge. Oh, there they are. Okay. Alright, here we go. It'd be more spooky to not hear them at all. That's true. If it got dead quiet. Hi! I'll be there in a minute.
Okay.
I hear some funky
My
music.
friend.
Makes sense.
She is newly single. Just saying.
Is that a mushroom? I have this mushroom?
If it
I have
has
mushrooms
spots,
now.
don't eat the mushroom.
It's white!
Yeah, but make sure there's no spots on it at all.
You think this has spots?
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know if it has spots. Guess we go this way? this away.
Oh, Bobby's all the way up there. Jesus Christ.
Bobby's about to be the new scout
Bobby's
master.
like way ahead of you.
No, I can't lose my job. I have way too many
We
animals.
should go this way. I'm coming for you, Boffy!
How you doing,
Ow.
Mike?
Ow. I fell again, but I think I'm okay. Eat this mushroom.
Okay, I see you.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your screen.
I think
If
I
you
should
need me to come
go.
help you, I can.
Nah, I got this. Pure tenacity and skill, I will impress you. Ow. Ah! Uh-oh. 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 I got disconnected. What happened? What happened? Oh, Buffy's on there. Okay. Oh. Oop. The mountain was, no, it was not. It wanted me gone. Nom 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 nom. Look at Bobby's little face. Will Bobby make it to the top? That's the real question. Oh, you guys can see it. Hold on. Window capture. Nope. Desktop. There you go. There you go. Gordy is dead. Oh. Oh, might not be able to hear me. That makes sense. Gives me time to snack. Can you rejoin? I could try. Oops, that's not what I want. That's not what I wanted to click. Not yet, I guess. Not. A mission of Miu has to be the one to get up there, though. Also, thank you for Rose for the song request. We'll play it after we're done with Peak. Nom nom. Nom nom nom. I could play the audio for you, actually. There you go. I lost Billabong. Billy Bong? I lost the little guy. We might have to reset. I mean, Miku's gotta get to the top, right? That's the important part. Invited, okay. I'm coming. I'm loading. Failed to join room. Game does not exist. What? Game does not exist? What does that mean? Play game. Ow. Nope. I says the game does not exist. Yeah, I can't join. It says I cannot join. Not valuable. Hello? I don't know what's happening. gonna sit here and eat cherries. Mm. You're done with after work errand. Welcome in. Are you gonna eat a gummy, my friend? I'm loading up on cherries so that way the edible doesn't go straight to my brain. Yum yum. Yum yum yum. Okie dokie. Okay. Play game. What happened to Buffy? They killed themselves. Failed to join room. Game does not exist. What? What? How does that work? I don't understand. Why is he dead? Because they killed themselves so that way maybe they could restart the lobby, but it doesn't seem like it's working. I'll host. Let's see what happens. Boop, 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 boop. Mew. 4D. Where'd Buffy go? Buffy. Hi, B. Welcome back. How are you? I've eaten all my cherries. My brain. My wonky wonky brain. I don't know what's happening. Beep, 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 beep. I'm tired. Understandable. You work. I'm presuming you work today, so that makes sense. I'm gonna climb up here. I'll practice my climbing skills. I feel like I can climb so much further in here than I can in the game. But, you know, I don't know what's happening. Is something happening? What's happening? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what we're doing. Oh, whoa. Room does not exist? What the fuck? Okay, maybe I'll restart my game then. Let me restart my game, verify my game files, and then go about it. Why is the game so broken? Manage properties, installed files, verify integrity of game files. I know, looks like it does. Verifying. I don't know. What happened to Mew? What happened? Did her PC shut off? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna use Vulcan, I guess. We can't. Oh, there we go. Now you can hear Boff. If Boff talk. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, Mew.
Hello.
Hello.
I invited Buffy, and then both of my computer screens turned black.
Yeah, did your like PC shut off or something, or?
I had to shut it off. So like they were still on, but it was just black screens.
Weird.
It's happened to me before, so I don't know what it is, but that was funny. Not with Peak, but with other games.
Yes. Yeah, I guess that's how this works, V. Alright, wait, can I join your game? I'm already in a lobby though. I gotta leave the game. And then Buffy, can you re-invite me now? Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cody? You're not speaking. You okay?
Hello?
You hit me with the okay.
Hello?
Whoa. Oh no, I can't hear you, Buffy. I can hear Gordy, but I can't hear you.
Bo. Oh.
No. No.
Hmm.
Oh no.
Hi, women. How you been at the moment? Woody, how much do you see?
You could leave and rejoin if you want, Buffy. That fixed it for me. Oh.
I think I'm actually. Woody. This is the problem, chat. This is the problem with being a VTuber, where the second you click, okay, yeah, I'm a VTuber.
Are you grabbing cards like that? Because
immediately
I grab.
we lose how to read. We instantly lose how to use our eyeballs. Gordy, how much do you do the spooky month dance?
Wah!
And then...
A ton.
I'm here.
I think. Okay.
Yeah.
What you
Okay,
mean is,
hello?
like,
Do you hear me in game?
how many times do I see
No.
I don't hear you either.
Oh my god.
I can hear Gordy though.
I can hear Boffy. Wait, what the fuck?
Hello?
Oh.
I can't hear Gordy.
Buffy. Oh, I think.
Yeah.
What?
I can't hear Elaine, or Gordy. Why can't we hear each other, but they can hear each other?
Oh my god. Gordy, can you hear them?
No.
Can you hear us?
Okay, so apparently you and I can hear each other, but Buffy can only hear me, you, and back. Maybe if we load the map, it'll fix it or something.
Yeah, we could try.
If not, we might need to just... It might be because me and Miyu reset our
It
games.
usually doesn't.
Yeah.
Because I
What does
closed
that
the
mean? I
game.
reset my game. I closed the game
I had to
too.
turn off
Oh,
my
did
whole
you?
computer.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna close the game and then we restart. Because usually this doesn't. Okay.
I won't mute Discord yet.
Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. So Gordy and Lane can hear each other, me and Buffy can hear each other. Yeah.
Team-based game. Let's go. Versus.
Team-based
Let's go.
game.
This happens to me every day.
It's now become versus.
Yeah, kind of.
Hello?
Wait until I get a blow dart.
Okay, I can hear Gordy. Buffy.
Hello?
Definitely need to.
Hello?
I can hear Boffy, but I can't hear anything.
Yeah,
It's the same. It's the exact same.
Definitely restart the,
My game's going weird, so I'm gonna
Okay.
close it and rejoin, because some reason,
Okay, I will
it forced
restart the
me into
lobby.
it forced me into the bag menu, but I can't do anything with it.
That's crazy.
Oh, that happened to my friend
How do
once
so
before,
many
too.
people play this game and it's this buggy?
I played it like 2 days, like yesterday and then a few days beforehand with no issues, so this is so weird. It's all of a sudden, it's like, ha, you thought.
Bro, this is crazy. I literally, I verified my game files. Why is it breaking? Don't break. Okay, invite. Where'd Gordy go? Oh, he restarted the game. Okay, and then you, and now Buffy, and now hopefully it'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
Buffy, am I gonna have trouble looking at the sticker?
Probably not.
God damn it. I keep thinking it might be a different sticker, and it never is.
For some reason, I just have this sticker on Steam of this just like busty fox girl. I just keep sending it to Elaine whenever I have free time.
And you don't send it
Fair.
to me?
1 second, let me send it to you.
He
so
wants
you
me
can
to
see
get he wants me to get canceled on stream. That's why.
They won't get you cancelled. It's not that ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I got
out.
the game does not exist, so
Oh, well, I'm
I'm
here,
here,
so
so
screw you then, I guess.
Okay.
this is.
Elaine.
Wait.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Okay, good, I can hear you, yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay, it's now constantly trying to join your game.
Okay.
Even when I say okay and stop trying to join your game, it still just goes straight into the joining game scene again. This is great.
Did you turn off your game?
Yeah, I literally just booted up again.
Let me try inviting. Oh, I can't.
Love this. That's because I just closed the game because it was freaking out. How do so many people not have problems?
I literally was playing it last night with my other British friends, and we didn't have a single issue. That's so
Oh my god, do you have other
Maybe-
British friends? Crazy.
Maybe
I had British friends
Buffy
before
needs to
you.
host it?
No.
Wait, did the British people host it or did you host it?
They hosted it, but Boffy had issues before when he and I tried to
Yeah.
play just us.
Okay.
Oh, hey, I can hear Gordy.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
try
can
and
hear
join now.
Oh my god, I
Okay.
can hear Gordy. God!
I
Oh
can
my
hear
god,
Gordy.
you can hear Gordy?
Fuck that guy.
Oh.
I gotta turn him all the way up again. I don't know, I
Okay,
quite like the
so-
pumpkin head.
Hello?
Hello?
Perfect.
I also like your skeleton model, but your
Hog.
spooky model is really spooky.
Hello? I think I can hear.
Oh my
Can I hear
Jesus
you?
Christ.
Hello?
Did you say this is peak
Hi.
gameplay? No.
Jesus
Hi.
Christ. Buffy just coming in strong. Hello, can you hear me?
Buffy?
I don't. Am I really
Can you hear
loud?
us?
Yeah.
No,
I checked you down.
Yeah, I
a
can
little
hear you.
bit, I guess. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start us. I'm gonna start us before bugs happen. I'm going. I'm going. Ha 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 ha. Mine, those jokes never end. Never.
I'm gonna pop Elaine's stream up on.
We crash.
my-
Alright, hello?
Hello.
Busy you are, Nexus. And honestly, I want to just hang out with you. You're fun as fuck. Legitimately.
Oh wait,
There's a
we gotta
guy
get Bing Bong.
Yeah, give me Bing Bong.
I did pick
I'm gonna put it in your
Your
backpack.
backpack.
and I forgot.
So,
Bong.
So I need to send those DMs out.
wow. Wow, I opened that. Wow.
Trail
Wow.
mix.
Here,
Trail
Get
mix. We need this
juked.
stuff.
Get juked.
take
You probably. Well. we
Oh,
need
Elaine,
this
do you want a coconut?
What's up? I do want a coconut. How do I get a coconut?
We got quite much weed.
Okay.
Gordy?
Oh,
You need a coconut.
fuck, no!
Got coconuts. I want to cook the coconuts.
Did a coconut drop in your head?
Yeah, I was running.
How do I open
I'm
this?
not so well.
I didn't.
How do
So,
Okay.
I want all
Alright, let's go. That's fine. We'll just hold the coconuts. These coconuts are heavy. Hold up. Whoa. Oh, I broke it in
You
half.
sliced it in half. Good job.
Whoa, can I eat it now? Cook the nut? Okay, I'll cook the nut when we get to a fire.
Yeah.
Pick up. Oh, I can eat it now.
Hey, you can eat one half and then save the other half.
I have 2 coconuts though.
2 coconuts are better than
I
one.
need both. Alright, cool.
2 coconuts.
Yeah, no, I do definitely need to message you.
Coconuts.
Coconuts.
Coca-Cola.
If,
Coconuts.
if you right click, you accidentally swallow the book. Oh my god.
What do you mean you swallowed the book?
What?
I think Gordy swallowed the guidebook.
Oh.
Okay. Don't say like obviously where the area is. Obviously.
Wait.
You
go
are
this way.
okay though. Like everything's good. Nothing got torn to shreds and shit.
Wanna go this way.
I don't know what song is stuck in my head, but it's there now.
Oh, I'm good. Okay, good.
That's a mood.
I think it's
I'm
the
gonna
one
get
I
up
made up for
higher.
coconuts, but now it's just stuck in my head.
Coconuts.
Coconuts. We got to
God,
I hear the music again.
Power. Fuck! God damn! Power outages.
Are these good?
Power
No, these are bad
outages.
mushrooms.
How do you know that they're bad? They have spots
But
on
there's
them?
little tiny spots on them.
Oh, I ate one before I disconnected that was poisoning me. I
Yeah.
didn't see any spot. Tell Miu my playdate is about to start. Miu, Ghost's playdate's about to start. I'm falling! Ah! Okay.
You're fine. You're fine. Come up this side with me. I'll help you up.
Okay, I'm coming.
Have a good play date, Ghost.
Have a good playdate. Okay, thank you.
They're gonna play Fortnite with my friend's fiance, who's also my friend.
Oh.
Yeah, I felt bad that I'm not with him tonight, so I was like, hey, can your fiance play with my friend?
Hagen?
So we literally set up a play date, but he was excited. We played Fortnite with him already, and he had fun.
Oh, that's good. That's fun. They
Yeah,
already looted. They looted and they didn't tell us what was in the loot.
I know. But well, he took it either way. I think I had good luck going this way.
That way?
I think so. Or was it this way? Did I go up this way? I think this way.
I think I want to go this way.
I gotta get a new one because my old one can't handle the
I'll get on this.
Climb up this thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go.
Yeah, I think this is what I took.
Yeah. Yeah. And where do we go from here, though?
Oh!
Like up. Are you
My
okay?
game froze, but I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
my game froze, but it's because the bridge broke. But I'm fine.
What do you mean the bridge? Oh my god, the bridge broke.
Yeah, the bridge ain't there no more.
It's getting dark.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Ah! Ow.
Ote?
Yeah, I think we need to go this way.
That way, Ote.
I think that
Go
might be
down.
better.
Don't worry, I got this. My manifesting is so good. I'm manifesting for you and Miyu not to crash. I believe.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Oh no.
Is that a suitcase? Is that a suitcase
I think-
glitched into the wall? No, it's the broken
Oh, yeah.
bridge.
Oh no, it's the broken bridge, yeah. Yeah, I think this way. Yeah, let's go this way.
What if we went like through the center? Cause there's like a lot of little
Yeah,
bits.
like I'm
Wait,
this,
maybe.
going up this way would
Yeah,
be
go.
pretty good.
Yeah. I'm coming.
Yeah.
You right. I'm coming.
I don't need to do that.
Whee. I see an apple.
Oh,
There's an apple.
I
There's
see
2
them
apples.
over there. Let's go get
2
them.
apples. Are they gonna be farther?
Oh.
Oh, they're gonna be farther.
Let's turn
It's like,
around.
are they gonna be farther than I'm hoping? Yeah.
I'm gonna go up this
Okay, I'm gonna go up
and then
on the
This
other
way.
side.
yeah, it's probably easier.
Up. Beep. Alright.
Oh yeah, this is easy. Oh yeah, and there's more apples.
A people, eh? A people, eh? I hear that trombone or trumpet. It's gonna haunt my dreams.
Oh, there's a bunch of apples over here.
I'm coming.
Here, I can feed it to you.
Apples. What? Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm rejuvenated. Alright. Anyway, there's
Yeah,
a
you can
path
feed each
here.
other med kits. Oh, you can feed each other med kits. And like health, like other health stuff and food.
Oh, that's nice. That's good.
Yeah.
I'll go up. I don't think I can go all the way up. Okay, here we go. There's a python right there. I want it.
A piton.
A python.
Piton.
Are they jorking it up there?
I think they're jorking it.
Oh goodness.
Oh, you don't have to use
Want
the
that
baton way.
piton?
Yeah, there was a climb around.
Give me the python. Oh! Ah!
You okay?
My knees. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. There's another
I
way
got it.
around.
I want the. Wait, will the
Oh, you can't
python
grab
count
that
for the
piton.
thing?
They've already used it, so you can't grab that one.
Son of a bitch!
Yeah. So you can grab onto it, hold E to regain stamina, and then you can start climbing again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get it.
I got you, wife.
Hello. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where the fuck are they? Are they all the way up there?
All the way up
already?
here. Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck?
It's because we had to go
They
back
can-
around.
They can help me, a disabled person, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's go this way.
Is that a hole in here? There's a hole. There's a
Yeah,
hole
this
I
hole's
can
where
shove
we need
my
to go.
little body into.
I got
Is it?
somewhere you can shove your little body into.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Oh, right here.
The fuck? That was like a 90-degree vertical that you just did.
And then come this way.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
I like how they
And then-
echo.
I know, it's funny. I think we can go up this way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, we're coming!
Here we go.
Oh, thank you. I was right about to run out of time. That was very good
Here.
timing.
Just to be like, we're live. Oh, hold on. Oh,
Oh, wife.
it's okay. I can use
no.
this little. Oh,
I'm good. I'm fine.
I used that little spot to gain my stamina back. Okay, I made it.
Alright, come on. Oh,
I got
thank
you.
Thank you. How the
You're
fuck
welcome.
did they already meet up here? Get damn.
We gotta go this way, I think.
Okay. There's a baby
Yeah,
crying
we gotta go
outside.
this
That's
way.
how I feel right now. This is hard.
You got this.
Oh my.
Oh. That was very, very explicit. And that made me blushing.
Whew. Whew.
This way.
I was built for naps. Alright, I'm coming.
Gotcha!
Woohoo! Yeah, that way looks way easy. We just gotta stroll up the mountain now.
Yeah.
Looks like. Nice.
Hey!
Hey! Hey guys.
We made it!
Put my hand in your face.
I made it here before Bobby.
No, he
Yeah,
didn't!
did you?
Let's get the special
Marshmallow.
item.
Yeah, what we get? I hope it's the Scoutmaster's horn. Oh, not
Who wants
that.
the... Here, let me put it in your backpack. Who wants Pandora's lunchbox?
I'll put my backpack if you want. I don't like. Let's light the fire.
Everybody roast your boy.
I'm a
That's
double
my
roast man.
boy.
I like mine toasty.
Yeah!
Golden brown.
And now I'm gonna cook my apple.
Yeah. Can
and
we
then my
cook Blip Blop?
coconut.
Wait, what's his name?
Cook my med
Can I
kit.
cook the
Bing Bong?
backpack? Can I cook Bing Bong and the backpack?
I
Yeah.
think I can
the
cook my
backpack.
trombone. Oh! My
Yeah, you can cook
bugle's
anything.
cooked.
I'm gonna cook the
Chat.
backpack.
Are we cooked?
Q.
I cooked
Oh,
that.
you can Q to drop it if you want it to.
I don't wanna cook Bing Bong. I don't want
Yeah,
it to break.
let's keep Bing Bong pure.
I cook my backpack though.
I saw it like turns a darker shade.
That's nice. I like it. I heard that like cooking like healing items gives you more healing items. I think. Or
It
like
does.
It gives you more.
better.
It gives you better stamina.
There's loot over there. I want that loot. Oh my god, this is freaking me out. Ugh.
I wonder if I can make this.
Oh! Ah! 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 I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to swing like you, and then I crashed into the side of the mountain, and then I tumbled my way down.
Yeah, I
Oh,
hit my
it was a
butt,
great
and so
time.
now I'm injured.
Same. I want to get that loot. I think there's loot over here.
Okay. I'm gonna grab
He's
this
up
apple.
Oh, there's bananas! I
Hey,
want the bananas.
Do any of you guys have any bandages?
Yeah.
Elegantly tumbled.
Okay, I hit my butt.
It's raining.
Buffy, I want your bandage.
It's in my bag.
Thank you.
Got
I'm
bananas.
Oh. Blaine just getting bananas.
I want the bananas. Oh no, I'm falling. Oh god.
Hey, Gordy.
Okay, no, we're good. I'm good. Banana. Nom.
Wonder which way we should start.
What does this do?
Oh, Gordon poison.
No, I didn't get fucking Bobby was the point.
Gordy decided he wanted to get up the mountain for me. So,
I think there's loot over there.
Oh, look at that sabotage! Wow.
I think I gotta go this way. Hope I don't get lost. What is
What? I
this?
hear you.
Hi.
Are you
What is this?
okay?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm good. I'm looking for treasure.
Guys, what are you doing?
I'm going up. I'm going up. I want the loot. What is this? It's raining. My body hurts. I'm a little hungry. I have bananas. I should eat another banana. We have plenty of bananas around. Banana. Okay, bye banana. Oh, this is harder to climb because it's wet.
Oh, that sucks, man.
Why does it have to rain? Oh wait, we could go up higher this way. And then maybe this is like a shorter distance?
Valid. You know, self-defense and all that.
Oh, I got it. I found some apples. Eat the apple, maybe heal? I don't think the apple healed. How do I put stuff in the backpack? 4.
Yeah, I think that's it.
How do I drop it? Excuse, what the fuck was that?
Nothing.
Okay. How do I drop the backpack?
Q.
Oh, I'm pressing 1. Oh. I put my banana in the backpack.
hello.
How are you?
Good, I'm doing a good thing. So I thought I'd take part in this. Cool, we're gonna
Where's the loot? I think the loot's over here. I want the loot. Wife, are you okay?
It was a happy accident.
There's like a little ledge here. Alright. I found the loot. A bandage. I want to cook the... Oh. Did I just see Buffy die? Buffy, are you okay? He just fell off the side of the mountain. I see him. I think he's dead.
Oh, if someone has a med kit, heal him.
Go get him?
I unfortunately do not have a med kit.
I personally have no idea what Bobby could even be.
He's in front of you. If you go straight, never mind. He's dead. I think. Okay. Is there any more loot? Ooh, I found more loot. Ooh, okay. Thank you. Pick up. Open. Some thickness. Then we're back. I'm gonna heal myself. Oh hey, oh,
Hey.
he's gone. Hey, what's up? I got a bunch of loot.
So I fell to my death, huh?
Yeah, I watched that happen. I watched you fall, and then like I like slowly looked down, and I saw your body was like limp, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
Is he dead?
Cody was about to get to my body, and then something exploded and knocked me further down the mountain.
Yikes! Yikes! It's okay. When Buffy talks, when you talk going in between people, it like distorts.
Yeah,
It's funny.
I love it.
I have to eat more berries. Eating berries. Alright. I'm all healed up. For the most
Hi,
part.
How you doing? What's Bobby Rod's son?
How do I want to get down? I think I want to get down this way. Oh god.
You look tired.
Alright, so we gotta get... Okay, my wife is... Oh, he's all the way up there. Okay, so how do I get... Hey. Hi! I'm coming!
Grab that stick, go into the tree.
Grab what
You can
stick?
do this. The one in front of you,
Grab
like
what
the
stick?
vine.
This one?
The vine in
This
front of you.
What the fuck was that? You trying to lure me to my death? I don't want to die like you.
I wasn't trying to lure you there. You went the opposite
I don't believe
direction.
you criminal. What's this?
You literally
It's
walked the opposite direction of where I was. I didn't even know that was there.
Yeah, okay.
That
Says
was
the
impressive.
omnipotent ghost.
I'm not omnipotent, bro.
Okay, how
But
do
I can do this.
I think...
Oh.
Oh. I think I could go up this way. I think I could go up. Yeah, I think I could go up that way.
Habitat.
Ow. Ow, I'm poisoned.
You got this. You got this.
I'm poisoned.
We make these.
Oh my god. Okay. I think I got this. I think I got this. What's up, dude?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Can I like get up here? Okay. Oh, okay. Where's my wife? Wife, where are you? Ow! No! Ah! 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 I'm okay. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so maybe I can walk along this guy and then go up there, I think maybe? I hear Gordy falling. I love the water shader in this game. It's actually very pretty. Okay, and then I climb up here. Come on, come on. Yes, okay. Okay, I think going this way would be the safest. With my expertise, I think going up this way. Because we gotta take the little ones. We don't have a lot of stamina because we're carrying stuff and we're hurt. What is chili pepper? What does chili pepper do? Is that chili pepper? Scorch berries. What do scorch berries do? Okay, I have 2 scorch berries. Let's go. Wait, what's that? What is that? Hello? Are you a mushroom? I got a shell fungus. Nice. Oh! No!
Hi.
What's up, man? Hey, what's up?
What happened?
Hey, is this mushroom good? Is this mushroom good?
Yeah, so when
What
you
is this?
throw it, it creates a ledge on a wall. It's a throwable item, not an eatable item.
Oh, what about scorch berries? What do they do?
Scorch berries are fine. They burn you, but the burn goes away after a little bit.
Damn, okay. I think I have to drop something, so I'm gonna drop this scorch berry.
The best item, you have trail mix in your bag and a banana. if
Is
you
trail
need
mix
food.
good for me?
It's food. It's like food, you know.
I also have thick mints. Are those good?
Thick mints are really good for morale. They give you a bunch of that like secondary bar.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I thought you dropped it down the floor.
Me too. Me too. I'm sweating. Okay. Put that on my backpack.
You got this.
Alright. I'm going this way.
Oh.
Okay, I think we get up to where this apple is. And then we go... Ooh, I don't know if we have enough. stamina. Oh, we could get up. I think we could get up onto this. We can get up. Oh, ow. We keep getting hurt. And that's kind of a problem. Okay, so maybe if we go here, we can like cheese getting on to the tree. Okay, we got it. Now it's raining, so it'll be harder, but we'll just take our time. We'll wait till the rain stops. Is that loot? Oh, there's loot over there though. Okay, well, we gotta wait. I don't know if I'll make this. We might make it. Let's see if we can make it. What happened?
Gordy died.
What do you mean Gordy died?
Soon. His last words were, "I'm blaming you." So. Because I appeared next to him and just said, "Don't eat yellow snow," and then he got blown up by a bunch of those bomb things that push you around.
That's valid.
Why did you just throw that off the building?
Because I don't need it. Oh no, I'm gonna lose stamina. No. Okay. I got this. I thought Gordy was a scoutmaster. Why is he falling to his death? Oh. Thank you. Oh, there's loot. Oh my god, hi. Excuse me. I'm trying to get some loot. Excuse me. Yeah, I know. No, I believe you. What?
Respect your scoutmaster.
Okay, I would respect my scoutmaster more if he was alive, but...
Hey.
Listen here, you little shit. You respect me.
No, fuck, we gotta go! We gotta go, Jet! We gotta go! The ghost of our scoutmaster is haunting us. Ooh, be careful.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh! Oh! We're okay. Wife? Wife! Hi, I'm above you! Hi, I'm making it! I think.
Hey, look, there's bees.
Don't.
There's bees.
Okay. Yeah, what about it?
You can get honey.
I don't want
How they
honey.
sting you a bunch.
I don't. That sounds bad. I need health.
Don't step on that poison thing, then.
Am I okay? I think I'm okay.
There's loot in front of you, but watch out!
Yeah, I'm going around.
Ooh, antidote!
Antidote? That's
that kills
perfect.
poison.
Now what do I do with it?
It has multiple uses. Oh, hey, Gordy!
Hey.
A blowgun.
Ooh, a blow dart! You can use that. It fully heals me. Now I'm trying to
Shoot Buffy.
It said it makes people
But he's
fall
a
asleep.
ghost! Will you go to sleep if I shoot you? No. It was a one-time use!
Oh my god, bro, no!
It's okay, Elaine, because the only other person you could have used it on was Miyu.
Okay.
No. That's incorrect, Buffy.
Well, you think they're gonna encounter the Scoutmaster, or they're gonna save us? I mean, both of those things are very unlikely.
Wow!
I'm just...
Wow, no, I got this.
I've been such sleeping. Can I get a shot?
Oops.
Ooh, you should score for those Thin Mints.
Hold on, I gotta put this in my back.
How's my homie? How's my pal? How's my stuff?
Put in back here. And then I'll put on this back, and then I'll eat this.
You'll get a bunch of extra, like, side stamina.
And eat it all. Okay. We got an antidote here. We got thick mints in case wife wants any. What's in that? I'm afraid.
doing
More
good,
thick mints.
Peak. I'm loving Peak. Elaine, are you loving
Okay.
Peak?
Yeah, it's kind of stressful, but it's fun. Oh my god, you're in my face.
Hey, are
You're
you,
beautiful,
are you,
beautiful.
Are you enjoying? Do you like Peak?
Yeah, man. I'm glad that this is my first time experiencing it and that you're here with me.
So close to you.
Yeah, just so close to me for whatever reason.
Alright, bye.
Oh, bye.
Mew is near.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to gather all the loot for her. Hi, wife. I've got a bunch of loot. We got antidotes. We got some thick mints. If you want some thick mints.
Hell yeah, I'll
gonna-
take
I
some
don't
thick
think
mints.
Hey, they're
Oh,
over
I
here.
gotta put them back in your backpack. Come back.
Oh, no, you can have them. No, take them.
I don't
we have
have
another
space.
pack.
I've got space.
Eat them all. Eat the whole thing.
Oh, you can't eat the whole thing.
Gotta eat 'em all.
What do you mean you can't eat the whole thing?
Hey.
You can't eat the whole box. This is more of like a cookie at a time.
Oh, well, but we have another box of antidote and thick mints over here, so.
I can actually. Nom, 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 nom. And then take that.
Alright.
Okay, I'll take this.
Alright, let's continue.
Yes, do you think?
Alright, someone
let's
keep moving
go.
over.
Where's we in your ear real quick? Maybe for January.
Go.
2 weeks away. From
Alright,
debuting. Oh my
where-
god, that's huge! Okay,
I think we should go.
We can climb this big tree.
Yeah, I'd be so happy. I would genuinely be so happy.
You both have really large amounts of extra stamina, so you guys can do a big
Yeah.
buoy.
We could try
Okay.
climbing up this way first.
Okay.
Yeah, the only way I got to you is because I had to use up some of my stamina. I had way more.
That's valid. Thank you for coming to me.
Well, of course. I want my wife.
Alright.
My wife.
My wife.
My
Do
wife.
it up. So give him the old 1-2, mermaid.
The 1-2, 1-2.
Why there's mermaid climbing mountains?
I'm using my
Mermaid
legs.
Don't need no water to be swimming.
Yeah. I'm swimming through the
Wait.
sky.
I'm swimming through
I'm going that way?
Up. Hi. Up here. Up here.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi.
You
Yeah,
couldn't
these big
climb while
ones
it's raining.
are easy.
Yeah. Well, she might be able to make it to me. Yeah. See? It's fine. Now we just
Hi.
wait, because I think we should probably get this way and go this way.
Yeah, we want to do like, oh, okay.
Oh, no. This way. This way. This way.
Just go up.
It
Like,
go up.
raining.
that way.
It
Because then we can
raining,
keep going
it
higher, and then I think we
pouring.
can get up this really big ledge.
Okay. We'll do a big
Nom, nom,
climb.
nom, nom, nom. Yeah, big climb. We just gotta wait.
I
for it
also
to
have a
stop
shell fungus, if that helps at all.
raining. Oh, that yeah. If we can't make it up this way, that or like from somewhere up here, that'd be smart. Okay. Whee!
But you could do it, Lane? Oh.
Oh! Yeah, what's up, Gordy? What were you gonna say, man? What? I wasn't doing anything important. What's up?
Say, you
Mhm.
could totally throw the mushroom under her when her stamina is about to run out.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point.
Honestly, I think probably about here.
I went
A
right
good
there.
halfway. Yeah.
Okay,
right
I'm
about here.
gonna try. There you go.
Good.
Good job, Elaine. Wow.
Good job.
Thanks for the
Elaine.
idea, Gordy.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
You're doing great, champ.
I don't like the way you say that. Alright.
Okay, and then we go up this way.
Can you catch other people in this? Can you catch your friends?
No.
No.
Oh. That's unfortunate.
You might have to use some extra stamina to get to this bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I jumped by accident.
Elaine.
This is stressful. This is stressful. This is stressful. This is stressful. This is stressful.
Go.
Ah,
No.
ah,
No.
ah,
No.
oh, Ow!
Shit.
I'm okay.
Okay, you can oh, okay. We'll try it again in
Why?
a second. I'll catch you this time.
Elaine, I don't think Elaine has enough health left.
No, we got this, Elaine. Right, yeah, drop here. Use your backpack.
Eat your thin mints.
Yeah.
Eat my
You
thin
need to
mints?
regenerate
Okay,
the
okay,
extra.
okay.
The extra.
I got some
Ooh,
extra rope for you.
Oh, I have rope too. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I put some down already, so you can grab onto that. That'll help you.
Okay.
Cause the fog's coming up. We gotta go.
Go, 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 go.
I don't know
Oh
what that
god, the
means.
fog is
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Basically, the zone from Fortnite.
And now you gotta jump. There you go. There you go.
Okay,
There you go. There you
okay.
go. And then it's gonna make you kind of like floppy. There you go.
Okay.
And then now we gotta climb this.
Thank you for the hydration, dude, but I am having a
Alright.
I believe in you
Really, is it-
guys.
Oh,
Oh!
gotta climb up more.
Okay, I gotta wait for my stamina.
Yep.
Okay.
Woo! No!
I'm stuck! I'm stuck! No,
Elaine,
wife!
I've got bad news for you.
Is my wife dead?
No. But you should stand on that bridge. Yeah, there you go. Stay there for a minute. Let me look around. Alright. You're gonna want to go this way. Elaine?
Do I keep going? Do I keep going?
You gotta. You gotta. She dead.
Okay.
Don't worry. She'll be here soon to backseat game you. Press shift.
Okay.
When you start to run out of thing, you can press shift, do like a little dash, and it doesn't use. You can do that even if you've got like no stamina.
Oh, okay.
So it's good. So if you were nearly there, you can basically just like.
Grab that. Grab that.
Oh!
Yeah! Use it!
Use it.
Insane use!
My wife! No!
You can't. She's already in the zone. She's.
I'm here. I'm already here. I'm here. I was here the whole time. I'm here.
Hi.
I love
Hi.
how. I love how it's just all down to the one person that hasn't played this before.
Yep.
You're good. Do the actually, if anything, I think your right side was a really good bet, but you could still make it up this way. You just gotta be careful.
Nah, let's go back.
I think the right side was the best. Yeah, like going that way. Yeah, you see how it kind of just goes up?
Yeah.
Oh, you might want to move like now though.
Yeah, you got. Oh,
Ow!
just keep going. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Climb.
Climb straight up, climb straight
Right there.
up,
Right
over
there.
here.
Oh, be careful. Be careful though. No, 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 no,
Oh
no,
no.
no.
wait.
Oh no.
Let go of the wall. Elaine, look at me. Look at me.
Oh, Elaine, you have antidote. You can drink that while you wait for the rain to stop.
Look at me real quick, Elaine. Right? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go up this right now. Like follow my ghost. Okay.
Actually, this is a good one. That's a good one.
It's okay. Sure.
I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. I'm running. I'm running. This
No,
is
you're
my
doing
panic
great.
response.
You're doing great.
Elaine,
You're doing great.
breathe. Look at
Oh, calm down. Calm down.
Oh,
You're gonna
man.
Where you're looking.
Guys,
Oh, my wife.
guys,
Now
I
we
don't
can be
feel
ghosts
so
together.
good. I don't feel so good, guys. I think my life is flashing. Oh my god, we turned into a skeleton? How morbid. I picked a good moment to try to walk up in. I got a hat. Oh, I got new eyeballs. I got the eyeballs that Boffy wanted. The spooky balls.
I can't
Guys?
believe my wife died. My wife.
I know. I got the med kit right as you died, and I was like, oh.
It's okay.
I got new looks. Feel free to put us in though if you guys want.
Oh,
I got this.
you got the eyes. I remember what the eyes were for. It's for climbing the big tree.
Oh. Okay.
do this.
Is BLT broken? Yeah, because the mouse is centered on the screen. He can't look around. He's just watching gameplay though. Oh, the TTS didn't go
Epic
off.
spinning
Hold
scene
on.
chat.
History.
Teabag.
Do you
I'm
mind?
back. Epic spinning scene.
Oh look, that
I did it. I did it. Well, he just doesn't do the ah a lot. Like he's. It goes off the thing. It's funny. BLT's little hat. Yeah, I made it yesterday for Cow Appreciation Day. I got pretty far. I got pretty far.
You have new eyes. Put your new eyes on.
I don't like those eyes.
Are they the ones with the eyeballs?
Yes, you get them for climbing on the. Those horrible eyes.
They're my eyes now.
I want them so bad. I need to climb the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Honestly,
gotta
any like
climb a tree
super
this
tall
time.
tree kind of works because I climbed one of the smaller like ones on that level, and it gave it to me, and I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, happy face. Oh, happy face. Oh, happy face.
You don't have
You
to.
look
yeah?
like
I
you
think
smoke cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah.
think you're wearing the happy face I was wearing until I got the other stuff.
I do stuff.
I can't do you guys. I like to be
Okay.
cute.
That's valid. Alright, it's time to get baked. I obviously am an expert at this game now.
Yeah, you did great.
I loved how many like someone went down buzzes there were at the end of that fucking thing that we just did.
That was rough.
It's like dun 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 dun.
That shit hurt.
Hey, Gordy's chat. I can't
Hi,
see
Gordy
you,
chat.
but hey.
Excuse me, am I being touched?
No.
Gordy chat, I'm being diddled.
Excuse me?
Oh, wait, what?
You're like twirling on one foot. That was kind of funny.
Oh, did I?
Oh yeah, you're like twirling on one foot.
Wait, can you try it? I want to see how it looks.
I can't. I don't. You're the one twirling.
You just spin your mouse. Like, you just spin your mouse around. Yeah, you're like kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Flying Dutchman! The Flying
Hey,
Dutchman!
shit.
Oh my...
How you
Oh.
doing? My name's me. I can't see you right now, but just know I'm always watching. Okay.
That's a hell of an introduction!
I'm always lurking. I'm always
I wanna go see the Hat Man. I wanna go see the Hat Man.
Oh yeah, the,
Alright, so
the
it's
Hat
like-
Man. It's like they just take him on a different flight and purposely crash our plane.
I know, right? How do you get in
Oh
here?
my god.
How do you... Bobby, how did you do it? What buttons?
So when you take out the passport, you can like reach through the thing and like get part of yourself through the wall. And you basically just want to keep doing that until you can get more of yourself through the wall.
Is it like one in spacebar or something?
Yeah.
Oh, you see, you're most of the way through. Your ass is stuck, though.
Yeah. Sometimes I can get through in like no time whatsoever, and sometimes it like doesn't want me to.
I want to see the Hat Man.
Hat Man, where are you?
My ass is stuck. Hat Man, please, Hat Man, Hat Man, Hat Man, please. I wish to grace your beauty. My ass is too fat. I can't fit through the tiles, Bobby.
Your ass is fat. This is like a weird. This is
This is like one of those walls.
yeah, the one of those walls.
Flesh is your face now.
Help, step bro, I'm stuck.
Why is it so hard to get through this time?
I don't know. Maybe you gotta like.
Maybe that's why the game it got broken before.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, maybe there was a...
You know, thinking about it, that's quite possible, actually. I can't believe you can't climb up that. Oh no, I'm still stuck, actually. Okay, there we go. I want to go up there. Look, it's our plane. That's gonna crash. I'm gonna climb. Let's see. I'll go up here. Boop, 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 boop. You can like see. Ow, ow. You can see like get me out of here. I've seen people mod this game already, so you can play with like more people.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I have that mod. And what's cool about that mod, only one person has to have it and it works.
Oh, really?
I just think as long as
Hey,
they're the
man, I
host,
swear
yeah.
to God, these little gremlins started coming through my wall, flailing their horrible little hands. I just want to touch them. I just want to touch them.
I've also, while I was playing with Stan, he managed to get through this, through the boarding wall here.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah. Man,
How the fuck did... I don't think they like my passport. I think they called my passport ugly and they won't let me in.
You're an illegal.
Oh my God, you're
immigrant,
halfway.
You're not allowed.
Oh, we go.
Oh, we go.
Oh, we go. Oh, this is like a... Yeah, I like this one. Look, I'm so determined. This is pretty good. I look pretty determined.
Ian just keeps doing weird stances. I don't know.
I know.
What do you mean? What do you mean? My hands are little fisties. My hands,
Your like legs
my
just
hands
don't
like.
seem to like being on the floor.
Well, yeah, maybe I don't like being on the floor. You ever thought about that? Hmm? What does my hands smell like? Hey, God, stop.
Don't put baby on the floor.
I loved it.
Oh, your idle animation is randomized when you enter the lobby. Yeah, that makes sense
Yeah.
because Miu's in a different stance.
I am.
Bobby's in the same stance. Stop.
Wah!
Stop grabbing me. Stop. Are you done pissing?
As he,
Oh wait! I gotta do the thing. I don't
you
think he's
done
just.
squeezing that orange?
You done? You done there? Did you do it? Did you do it?
Did you piss, boy?
Did you have fun in the bathroom? Did you wash your hands?
What if we all just piss on him?
Okay.
You're that one person at the sleepover that makes everything get weird.
Yeah.
He's running away from us.
Gordy, Elaine wants to urinate on you.
I hate that.
Oh, I hated it. Would have been a good time.
Come back, how you doing? Alright.
I love how the last thing I heard before everything went dark was Mio going, "Did you wash your hands?"
That's the way I like to fuck. What?
What? There's a sports drink
What?
and a granola bar. Put Bill
I got bing bong. Bing bong.
Bing bong. That's all I want. All I care about is bing bong.
Gordy, I was gonna try to entertain your chat by whispering in your ear, but then I forgot that you mute your chat and put the music on.
Yeah, I didn't want you guys to feel obligated.
Don't forget to cook all of
I
your
was just
food.
doing it to be funny.
Don't
Wait,
forget to
It
cook
was funny.
everything.
I wanted to freak him out.
What? What is that, Bobby?
You can cook everything at the plane.
Oh, can you?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, there's
No,
a fire
no.
at the plane that you can cook with.
Mm.
what do you wait?
Alright. Let's get back up there, chaps.
Let's go.
I want to roast bananas.
Hello there. One moment, sorry.
Let's go, chap.
I think I got enough stamina to reach this goal.
Hi there.
I do this no problem. Get up there.
What do I owe the pleasure of
I'm pretty sure I know the best way up this mountain. At this
Yeah?
point.
Yeah, me too.
To the foundation.
Here, I'm gonna follow you, Boffy, this time.
You don't have to worry about this. Alright, they've been knocking
What's
on my
gonna
door
work?
recently.
Climbing.
Hey,
So the
you
other
know,
What's
ones are
gonna
good?
work? Not getting hurt.
Oh.
And
So you should eat as many as you
Here.
can find usually, because you can just like
Okay.
numb.
Alright, I'm gonna follow you.
terrifying, but
I've gone the same way like 3 times.
Oh, there's some mushrooms over there. Nom 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 nom.
how'd you find it today? What brings you to the
Apples over
Damn,
there.
didn't even wait.
I don't want the apples. My character's already hungry. See if we can get those apples. It's gonna work. Apples. Red crispy. Red crispy. There we go. This is pretty. I feel like this is a pretty good path we got. I could see us getting the top with this. This might be a little bit spicy, but I think we got this. Yeah, I'm good. Ow, ow, oh, shit. Well, that wasn't great. No, maybe we should have just gone this way. I think we should have just gone this way. Wait, no, this is the way I came from. I think we should go... I like that you can go different ways every time. You don't gotta go the same way, you know? Which way I want to go? I think maybe this way? Oh. Oh wait, no. There we go. There we go. Oh. I think if we can go this way. Uh-oh, ow. Wait, we could just go, I think we could just go vertically. Like this? Oh, ow. Alright, let's go this way. Yeah, there we go. Uh-oh, I think I heard Gordy fall. Yeah, I'm good! Yes! I'll be there in a minute. I think let's go this way.
I'm down here. I'm waiting for Elaine.
What? What? I don't know where I am.
I'm waiting for her. Waiting for my wife.
You're
You're doing great. Oh, I see you.
Hi.
Hi, wife.
Hi.
I see you. Hi.
Yes.
I ended up following Bossy. His way was really, really easy. I'll make you follow us next time if we have to do this again.
Okay.
But when I realized where we were, I was like, oh, I can just wait for my wife.
Yippee. Ooh. Oh, this is like the path we took last time. Oh wait, because this is the same
Yeah,
map.
exactly. Yeah. I'm right here.
Ooh.
Hi!
Hi.
Let's go this way.
Hi, how are ya?
I'm good now that I have you here.
Yippee. What happened to Gordy?
Oh, he was behind us the whole time.
Oh, okay.
He was talking to his chat.
I'm right behind you.
Whoop.
Help.
Oh, I got you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can go this way, or we can go that way.
Doesn't matter to me.
Let's try this way.
Uh-huh.
What you eating?
Jesus.
Are you eating cheeses with a spoon, or did you scoop them out?
Scooped him out.
Ah.
In my hand. Aha!
Oh, this might not have been a move. Oh, maybe.
Oh, my bad. Right here to catch you.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. God. Woo! Boop, 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 boop. I can see the smoke from the campfire. Apple.
Nom nom nom. Ah!
Mushroom.
I wonder if these ones. Yeah, if you look at these super close, you kind of see like the discoloring, which is the spots.
Oh, are they both spotted? No. Wait.
Yeah, they're both spotted.
Oh yeah. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's very subtle. Hey.
Yeah, that's why I didn't notice it at first. Because I was eating the bugle mushrooms, and then I was like, these ones are fine. And then I found other ones I ate, and then I was being poisoned, and I was like, oh well, this is not fine.
Yeah.
The chubby mushrooms are always safe, though.
The chubby mushrooms?
Yeah, there's like
chubby
thick
mushrooms?
ones.
So there's mushrooms just like me?
Hell yeah.
What you doing on that ass, mama?
I'm coming. Woo!
Gotta get my big
I got it.
booty hoe.
Make shit better is really nice.
How do we get the special item?
Yeah, we save
Yeah!
we save it so that we can open it and gotcha.
Let's do it.
Oh, okay.
A cure.
What's that?
Pop that in my
A
bag.
cure!
Nice!
You ain't got room in your bag, boy.
Let's see.
Oh, Lane might have room.
I might have room. Yeah, I have room. Oh.
I
No, it's cool. It's cool.
Here,
It's cool. Y'all
here.
marshmallow.
Okay. You know, honestly, I need somebody to carry that for me, anyways. So,
Okay.
thank you so much, Elaine.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Be like shaky. He's all like excitement and whatnot. Alright, let's go.
Does anybody have like Healy, like bandages?
no.
Let's see if we can find some then, if we don't.
It's fine. I'm gonna go to the loot island again.
I do actually, I do.
Oh,
How
Elaine!
much
Do you?
need?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, a little bit.
Oh.
A little bit.
Here, you can use that if you get hurt too much, and then you can use it when you need to.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Loot island!
Let's go!
Let's go!
I wonder if this way would be... No, I feel like the other way.
Again. I'm not gonna use the vine because that's how I hurt myself last time.
Yeah, that's how I
Are
just
those
hurt
pink
myself.
bananas?
Yeah, the pink and blue ones I think are the good ones.
Nah, pink are the bad ones.
Oh, blue I know is good.
Everything.
I was gonna say, what's wrong with
just pink?
what's
stuff.
wrong with yellow bananas?
The ones in this game hurt you.
If you see a purple thing in a tree like this, Elaine, this is like the best food item in the game. There's
What is
like
it?
purple thing up there.
What is it? What it
I don't
do?
remember what it's called.
I think they're called kingberries.
Yeah, the purple ones are good. Don't if it's not purple, don't eat it. But I don't know how to get that one because it's like weird in a weird place.
It's high up, yeah.
That's valid.
Rope cannon. Anybody got room for a rope cannon?
Oh, I got room. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh.
Oh.
Sorry. Got it.
Oh, good catch.
Thank you.
I was solid. Yeah! Run across the area!
Whee.
Running in this tunnel with the speed of sound. Gonna turn around and then go this way this time.
Go.
Yeah,
You
the
could-
rope ones
Elaine,
do that,
Elaine,
and then there's chain ones that actually like make. a
Oh,
thing
what the
across.
fuck, Knuckles? I don't want to go up this way. This literally looks
no,
scary.
Like over here. Look, Lily. Right here. Lily,
What the
Oh
fuck?
no.
come here, over here. Turn around.
Okay.
And come here.
Oh. Oh, you go in the hole? Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. What the fuck?
Man.
Oh, this is crazy. Oh my god, I can't fit. Oh.
Wait,
Oh my
stop
god.
raining.
Oh my god. Ooh.
This shit's like some
Ooh.
Zelda shit.
Yes, this is.
Let's go!
Make it to the top. We did.
Stop.
The loot.
Stop.
Yee, I know you're playing game right now, but I just got another interview lined up. Pog! Great
That's
job,
Pog!
Ghosty. I'm so proud of you. Yay! Yay, I hope they're nice. I have a python.
Pretty fucking huge.
I have a python.
Sniper list stuff.
Okay, wait. I gotta drop my backpack.
Hands on your knee.
I need to open my backpack. I need to eat this. And then I'm gonna take the med kit and put it in here. I'll take the backpack and put it back. Hey, what's up?
Alright, this is gonna get a little complicated. You ready?
Woo! Employment. No. But let's go anyway.
You're gonna follow what I do, okay?
Okay, alright.
What we gotta do is like we gotta get across to there, right? And obviously if we jump, we're not gonna be able to make it that far right there, because you know that's gonna suck. So just follow what I do.
Okay. Hi. Oh, Buffy died. I don't know if I have enough stamina for that, Chief.
How hurt are you?
Like a knuckle length on the bar?
But do you have any extra like stamina?
Hello, Elaine.
Oh, yeah.
You'll make it.
Oh, Jesus.
Honestly,
Fuck.
use that med kit that I gave you.
Oh, okay, alright.
Alright, we're popping, homie.
Take the med kit, take the
Don't
med
run until
kit.
the rain stops, okay?
Okay. I feel like I should, like, go over here. Or this way. Like here. Maybe?
Cricky! Hi! What are you up to? Welcome in, everybody. Hi, hello. My name is Gordy. I'm a pumpkin VTuber. I play Oregon games. That being said, welcome in. Bob, I'm in the
Welcome.
I'm trusting you. I'm too afraid.
You almost there. Don't stop. You're. Oh, okay. Piton.
Piton.
Piton!
Piton.
Piton!
Hands out. Drop.
Think, buddy.
Oh.
We're gonna climb onto this tree as well. So, good shit.
Are we gonna climb this vine to get across?
This one right here. We're gonna go across. Wait for the rain to stop. I'm okay because we got a lot of stamina. Farming sim. Oh shit! Which one? Those motherfuckers are.
Oh shit, he already went across. Beep, beep, beep.
Farming
Lessons.
sims are expensive. Also, guys, if you could do me a huge favor and at the very least lurk, you can lurk 2 different streams. Jump. I got you.
Oh,
Jump.
I got it.
Hold on. You gotta jump to
Yeah, that one. Oh, that. Whoa. What the fuck?
25? Dude! Those are so good though. Farming sims are... Have you guys ever played the farming sim games?
Thanks.
This place sucks.
A little bit.
It's so fucking chill. And the multiplayer for it is actually pretty fucking good.
Grab it. There we go.
Starters so much fun.
Whee!
Like if I could play it, like...
Whee! What's gonna work? Teamwork.
Like a 3D study would be crazy.
Oh,
Careful,
thank you.
careful when you step up. That's where I died last round.
Alright, this is the short part. This is the part we're gonna be fine at, because it's tiny.
Like that climbing spot that we just did.
Okay, gotta be careful.
Oh,
I'm making my way. I'm making my way.
Honestly, I would have played.
Hello.
Jesus Christ.
I would have played the other ones, but I think
Evil.
sorry, you just turn around because you got your angry eyebrows on.
Evil.
Hi.
it's so loud.
Hi. Huh?
How are you?
Oh, cause I'm good. Cause Bobby swallowed his microphone.
What?
Hi.
Swallowed your
Be careful.
microphone and spooked me.
Careful.
I would love that. I mean, honestly, we will.
Watch out for that poisonous hemorrhoid.
Yeah, there's a poisonous one up button by me. That's where I'm going.
I don't understand Stardew, but I love playing it. Right? Ain't it just a weird but fun game? It's like.
Wanna go that way?
You look so upset. You're fucking
I'm
character.
determined. I'm determined.
Hey, Lane.
Hey.
I'm right above. Oh, go back down. Go back down.
Coming. No.
Watch out. There's one right above your head. Yep. I got you. I'm right
Up,
here. I'm
up,
right here.
up. There
I'm
we
right here.
go.
Right here.
Woo! Woo, baby, that was teamwork.
Teamwork.
Woo!
Where's Gordy?
Power of love.
Yeah.
I could have gone inside and then up. Cause there's like a little hole. I wonder if we could have gone inside.
Probably. Seems like the holes are actually like traversable. Okay. All right. Ow! Ah.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I actually didn't take damage from that. That's awesome. Okay, well I just cleared the way for everyone else.
There you go. Slide over. Slide over. There you go. There you go. I got you, Gordy.
I just wanted to touch the tree.
Oh, I'm sorry, friend.
You're welcome.
Here,
It's
I'll go
okay,
get
I
you some
can-
loot. Let's get you some loot. Are you guys okay?
They okay, I just checked.
I just see. I love the plume effect, the spore effect that it has. It looks actually really cool. Is there any food? Hello? There's so much stuff here. Wait. Oh, I have an idea. I don't know if it'll work though. Yes. Blue.
Yes. Use.
Shut the fuck up, Buffy.
Use it.
Oh, it didn't work!
It would have worked if you just held Q to throw it.
Oh, would it? If I just threw it?
Yeah, you can throw stuff at them. Oh. Oh. That was hard to watch.
Oh, antidote.
Okay. Get some water. Oh shit! Yo, water is great. I should have cooked that water. I should have cooked that water. I should have.
Oh!
What happened to that
I
antidote?
fucking threw the. I threw an antidote.
Wow.
There's two. I threw one of them and it like poofed away.
That's an energy drink. Oh, I'll take.
You want a monster?
I want a monster. I want to cook the monster.
It'd be good for climbing the big tree.
Yeah, we need all the stamina we can get to climb up. I also have a shelf mushroom.
Wait, and then here. And put it on. Alright, let's go, chat.
Do
We
wanna
can't leave
try
any
the thing
loot behind.
that we were trying before?
I fucking hate Flash with blood warnings. This is so scary. This is scary as fuck.
Yeah, that was a good strat.
Yeah,
Actually.
we just got executed. I do have
Yeah.
a shelf mushroom.
I think
Yeah, that's
I'm
good.
gonna go this way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or do we want to try to climb the mountain and help each other?
I'm fine with
The only thing that concerns me is all of the, Oh, you know what? You made it, though, up the tree.
Yeah, I made it
Like-
up the tree.
Do you want to go up the tweet?
Go-
You live on a damn hill. Oh, you're chilling then.
Yeah, we can
Let's go up the tweet. Yeah, let's go up the tweet. It was a good idea. I forgot
I'm
you
like,
made it
I'm
up
not hurt
high.
this time. I'm pretty like healed up, so
Yeah.
like, this is good.
Same,
Last time I
yeah.
came, I was pretty hurt, so.
Yeah. I should probably push that point in. Actually, I think we can climb on this side. It's just when we get to the branches when it's like, no. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's good. And then we don't have to jump, we just gotta go up. So let me get shelf mushroom.
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus!
Oh! Careful!
I'm okay.
Okay,
I'm
you ready?
Yeah, I'm great. Oh.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. I made it.
No, wait. And then climb. I just don't know which way you went after I had fallen.
I'm sure it'll be clear to me once we get up there, you know?
Yeah. Was it up this way, right?
I think so, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I slipped off the tree. Oh, there's a chest up here.
What is
I
that?
just can't
Yeah, Elaine.
get.
Elaine got it.
Okay, well I'm gonna keep climbing because my game's like, you're not gonna climb that. Oh, there's lots of chests in the other one too. Oh hey, I can get this one. Wow. Oh, I don't want a big lollipop.
A
I
lollipop!
found the first side.
Yeah, lollipops will give you stamina boost, but then it gives you a sugar crash that does go away. But I don't think we need it.
It gives you unlimited stamina. So if you eat a lollipop and then quickly chug an energy drink, you can like climb anything. It's great. But then you fall asleep afterwards.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to climb yet.
Do it. I just kept seeing Elaine. Look at you. Look at the lollipop. Look at you. Look at the
Oh, there she
lollipop.
goes!
I'm going! I'm
she
going!
goes.
This is great!
God.
I fear nothing!
Shit!
Wait, I'm afraid.
Oh no!
I'm afraid. No, I'm
Oh,
afraid.
she was right at the edge.
Oh my god.
She was
So what
right
have we
at
learned?
the edge.
Hey, what's up? that was amazing, guys. I'm very sleepy though.
I was like, I'm on crack.
It'll go away really quick. Yeah, it's already going.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Can you see our
Alright, we going up
stats,
that
or are
way?
you watching the stream? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can
I
see
can
the
see your stats. I can also see you got 2 bandages in your backpack, in your bag.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, why did I do
didn't
this
mean
when
to
it's
start.
raining?
I know, I didn't mean to keep climbing, but I'm almost there anyway. Alright, I made it.
Alright. I think it's really cool, but also really crazy that it's like the rain of it's like harder to climb, so it takes more stamina.
Yeah. Oh, I hear Gordy. He's somewhere.
Yeah, you know the way I went. Yeah.
Yeah.
This game
I'm
is
trying to be super
fun.
careful 'cause there's
It's like
so
a
many-
puzzle
Ooh, wait,
game.
Ted. It is a puzzle game, yeah.
And like the fact that like it changes every day makes me want to try it like every day, you know.
Do you need any food?
I might have some.
I fed you.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. There's another one up here.
Not a lot of loot up here.
You want to buy some drugs?
I do.
I'm gonna take this heat pack because heat pack will be good for the next one. Oh, there's Gordy. I think keep going this way. Oh, right way.
Yeah,
I've never
if
seen a
we
heat
go
pack
to the
outside
right.
of the outside of the cold area.
Yeah, I think it's because we're up so high. It's like starting to give us stuff that could be useful for the next one.
Oh, Elaine,
okay?
you were so close.
Yeah, we're great, dude.
Elaine was just
Yeah, we're
1
great.
centimeter away from exploding off the side of the
Nah,
mountain.
over exaggeration. Over exaggeration. I was in the clear.
There's a vine that walks us right to the edge of the cliff.
What?
If you could get to me, where are you at?
Oh, right behind you. Nice.
Hey. Oh, okay.
Come this way.
Cool.
It gets us like right over here, which is, I mean, there's another one that, you know, cliff we could walk up, but there's nothing here, so.
No, this is great. This is a really fun game. Oh my god, the fact that it changes every day is what blows my mind. 'Cause then, like, it really come back, play the next one.
Yeah, and they're so diverse, it's so crazy. Ah, shoot. I got you.
Oh, thank you.
I think.
Oh, I'm so excited. Is this it?
I
Is this
think
it?
so, we're almost there.
Oh, well. Okay, well, it kind of did the thing where it's like, we're there, but we're not
now
there.
we're out of the
but-
rain.
Yeah, but we can kind of just run up, actually.
Yeah, that's how we know we're
That's
down.
nice. Oh, that makes sense. We can just
Yeah.
run around.
Oh yeah, look, we're here.
Yeah.
This is the statue. We just gotta wait for Gordy just in case.
Yeah.
I just hear him yelling.
Woo!
Woo!
I'm gonna open a luggage.
Oh yeah, and we get another backpack.
Hey, so Gordy's face down right now,
Ah!
so you might need to use that soon.
Okay, good
Okay,
thing we didn't do
well.
anything yet.
Yeah. There's
We'll
an
wait to see
airplane
if he gets
food in
any
here.
stamina back.
I came over to look at you guys, and you're like, we shouldn't do that yet, because Gordy might need it.
Hi!
And then I cut back to Gordy, and Gordy's in a fucking poison cloud face down.
I love the eye. It's looking at me in pure PSD horror. Alright. Let's get him back.
Oh wait, you do it, you do it.
Oh, T.
I smell it!
Hey guys.
You love smelling.
Alright, what do I got in my
Hi
backpack?
guys, I'm alive again. Hi.
You're alive again.
I'm alive again.
Okay. I have
Nom, 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 nom.
lantern.
I'm gonna cook
Who took my backpack?
that.
Where's my backpack? You took my backpack! Give me my
I
backpack!
don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Billy Bong! Billy Bong! Mom, he
Here,
stole my
here,
stuffed
Gordy.
animal!
Gordy, here, you
he
can have.
stole my stuffed
Gordy,
I don't know what
here.
you're talking about.
Gordy, you can have this one.
Oh, actual?
Yeah. I don't care.
Good?
Yeah. Less stuff I gotta carry.
Is there a bomb in this?
How dare you? First of all, I'm a mermaid. I don't even know what that is.
There's sea mines.
Oh, true! They do litter this one part of the area that I don't
are
go
you
to.
Are you eating all the marshmallows?
Who didn't get a marshmallow yet?
Probably I think a
I
lady.
did. Oh, thanks.
I'll feed it to you. Very platonically though.
Oh
I'll feed it to you
my god.
non-platonically, wife.
I've always been.
Oh, I mean,
Mm.
you're my wife, so you know.
Yeah.
wasn't
There's a
platonic.
blizzard that comes through here. You just gotta hide.
Oh, hide? Okay.
Playing it late tonight.
Yeah.
I'm down.
You can hide behind trees or in the broken bits of rock.
Ooh, the snow's pretty.
We just gotta find the capybaras.
The cappy, and then we can all get the crab hat?
Yeah.
Go this way.
This one
I
has
think-
tangerines.
Tangerines.
Satsuma? Oh, here they are. I think they call them winter berries.
Winterberry, yeah. I'm not hungry. Okay, that was a little scary.
Yeah. It gets scary.
So excited. Go. Oh.
Oh! Yeah, so you can hide behind a tree. But this one's pretty bad, but you can come down here.
Oh.
The cold will go away. You just gotta wait.
Oh, so it's like the sleepy. Oh, I shouldn't cook my back. I forgot to cook my back. Oh, so this is like the rain then, but it hurts you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When we get
It's
into
very
the mountain,
pretty.
it's not too bad. But it just depends on where the path leads us.
Makes sense. I think from what it looks like, we should go from the middle and then start veering to the right, and it'll kind of just take us up, it looks like.
Hopefully. The inside can be kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy. Are there any monsters?
Only the scout leader, but I've only seen him once.
Oh. Is that? What is that?
Big
What
scouty
is
man.
that? No, there's like a plant that looks like marshmallows.
Oh, I think it's just ambiance.
Oh.
Ow.
Oh.
Oh, this spot's pretty
Oh.
good.
Yeah, I'm good too. Oh, Puffy, baby, what happened?
Bobby die again?
Yeah.
Hey,
He's too
did you know
headstrong.
that when the wind comes, it actually pushes you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't.
Oh. Yeah, the wind will push you. Be careful.
I was taking
found
full
a
body
loot box on top of a mountain, on top of like a
Yeah.
large pillar, and then while I was on the pillar, I couldn't escape from the wind.
Oh no.
Making my way
Hello,
downtown.
Oh, there she is.
Faces,
You should see if you can see where the scene from the capybaras is.
Yeah. I'm gonna check
Oh, I
on
see
that.
it! I see it!
Where?
It's like straight ahead of you. It's on like the same level as you right now. You like cross that gap.
Ooh.
Cross this gap. Oh, if it's that right up there, that's worthy.
No, I see C from the house spring.
Oh shoot.
I got a remedy fungus.
That's better than you
Yeah.
Ah!
You can throw those at us, and it kind of like acts
Yeah.
like a heal spray.
Oops.
If you go up where you are now,
Yeah.
you'll basically be like right close to the hot springs.
Oh, okay. I gotta wait for my thing to go down. My thing to go
Yeah.
down. I got too cold. I can't go nowhere.
Well, I might be able this way.
A whole new world.
Oh, he did find him.
What? Hi, Shy. Hi.
Where did you
Happy
find the
Wednesday. Hope you're doing
Yeah, you can hear
good.
him yelling.
Hey, Mew.
Elaine.
Hi.
Oh yeah. So keep going forwards. There's a big hole in front of you though, so watch out.
Yeah. I gotta wait for the storm.
Hi, Mew.
Hi.
The cold never bothered me anyway.
Anyway. Let it go. Let it go. Ah.
Oh.
I have a cousin
Alright,
named
let's
Ariel
go.
who got her voice stolen, and I think the same thing happened to me.
I don't know. Your voice is already pretty, so.
Oh, you.
You should go back. They're about to do an achievement at the capybaras. You get a cool hat.
Ow. Ah.
Oh no.
Ah.
urgent assistance.
Oh,
She's in a crack.
Resistance!
This way?
Elaine, you can ping with middle mouse button still. You can ping around you
Wait,
to try and help them find you. This way!
She down this way?
Wait. No, up. She's up higher.
Oh shit.
I think I might die.
I hear it.
Ooh.
Hello?
Oh, over here.
I'm gonna die, guys.
Fuck.
I hear
Yeah, that way.
it. I hear it.
I'm above her. Oh no, she died. No wait, no.
No!
She didn't. I saw the top up. I think she has something in her bag that no, she doesn't. Her bag is empty for some reason.
Oh, I'm dead. Hi.
I thought she did, but she didn't. Hey,
No.
Elaine.
Hi.
You're
Hi,
still like
sweetheart.
so angry.
Hi.
Don't worry, I got
Yeah,
the backpack.
I was doing so
I got-
good.
I got the backpack. I got
Pog.
Bing Bong.
Yay. That's all I care about
I
is Bing
just
Bong.
hope I can get to Gordy because I think we might need 2 people to help with this.
Gordy is like way ahead. I think he's already like
I
halfway up the
know.
mountain.
I know.
On the bright side, you can go check out the capybaras. They're right in front of you.
Yeah, that's just where I
Will
need
we
to go.
still get the
Yeah.
achievement?
No,
No.
you won't.
Aw.
You have to play the horn to get the achievement.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we could be around the horn.
No. You gotta do it like,
Oh, I'm sorry,
like
Boo.
yourself. It's okay.
It's good. I'll play this
But
game
it's
a
down
lot.
here. Hi,
I'm
capybaras.
in no rush. I ain't in no rush.
Okay.
Just fucking throw it at them, bro.
Wow,
I
that's
threw
crazy.
it up. I threw it up, but it's fine. I have nothing but a dream now because all I have is airplane food.
And
Airplane
Bing
food,
Bong.
like, fully... Cooked airplane food, like, fully replenishes your bonus stamina, though, so...
Yeah, I have a lot of bonus stamina. Oh, I don't want to go
Yeah,
that way.
so... You can climb some big shit.
Yeah.
How? What happened? On the bright side, this
Oh.
is, like, the hardest one, so...
Yeah.
The caldera and
The
the,
ice
like,
is so
volcano.
crazy.
Oh, hi! It's only just me left.
Yay! Alright, do you have like a bunch of damage to your body?
No.
You okay? Are you normal?
Yeah. I'm perfectly fine.
I forgot that you guys can hear us as a ghost.
Yeah.
I was like, man, I wish I could be part of this
Other than
conversation.
that,
It'd
I'm
be really
like a
cool if
little
I could be
hungry,
part
but
of
it's not
this.
enough to like sustain for anything, and I have food. It's okay.
Here, eat this then so you can get a little bit of extra stamina.
Okay.
Is that a,
Nom, nom,
oh
nom,
no.
nom,
it's-
nom. Perfect. That was the
Ooh, the area behind you and up looks pretty good.
Oh, damn. My knee needed a crack.
Yeah, they
I
made
wish
this-
we could
yeah.
free spectate.
That'd be kind of powerful, though, because you could, like, look around and shit.
I guess, I don't
Oh,
know.
Crystal, hi!
You can zoom in and out, though.
This place is really pretty. I like the shader effect, like the sparkliness. Nice.
Yeah.
Be careful with the blizzard.
Oh, we're inside the cave. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Can we tell
Hi.
because the ice is dark blue?
The like ice that looks like extra icy, that hurts you to touch.
Yeah, like the dark blue with the veins.
Oh, so the one that you're touching?
The veins.
No, there's not a good example of it in sight right now because we're up. But
Oh, okay.
if you look down there, there's like ice that has like ice veins.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the one that looks
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
like
yeah.
ore. It looks kind of like ore.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This kind of feels like when Ariel's in her little collection cave.
Yeah, we're in my cave. This is just my version.
Yeah, yeah. Where's all your bits and bobs?
This is
go?
Miyu's cave. It's got great acoustics.
But like, where are your bits and bobs? Oh,
I'm up here.
Miyu's ahead of you, dog.
Miyu's actually like higher than you right now.
Yeah,
I'm saying
you kind of,
wait. Oh my god.
dude, you kind of rabbit this race, you know? You kind of rabbit this race, man. If you know what I'm saying. You know, the tortoise and the hare.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
make
bro.
and hopefully that
Yeah.
becomes part of your spirit.
What?
Sorry.
What? What did you just say about me and my spirit? That's kind of intrusive.
Oh, hi! I found another
Gordy said
way.
something mean about my
Hi.
spirit. I think you should push him off the mountain.
Can I get a shot of five?
Man, took
Push him off. Push him off. Push him off. Push him off.
Alright.
Hi, Rainer.
Took you long enough.
Fucking granola bar in my backpack? Are you kidding me?
Has this
A
been here the
Nola? Did you call
whole
it a
time?
Nola?
I think we go out and up. There's a good walkway this way.
Yeah, I agree.
Eh, rat.
Don't follow him.
You better jump like that though. Eh, rat.
Don't.
But there's so much loot
Okay.
on the other side. There's 2 boxes on the other side that you're not getting.
Where?
Oh my god, it's just
Oh.
happened.
Yeah, I see it. But we can't get
Oh.
over there. Yeah, we can't get over there.
Put it up.
We don't.
Mew, is that one to your right? Is that the thing? Oh yeah, the thing that Gordy's climbing on. It hurts him, right?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, if you look at him, he's turning blue. You just get cold. That's all.
Oh. Okay.
Oh,
I'm
A
gonna
piton!
grab
that
this
cool little thing on the wall.
There's a piton!
piton. I'm gonna try to
Piton.
outside see what other ways there are to go.
I love French, man.
I do.
I don't know if that is French, but it
Piton.
sounds. Why you can't say that? You can't say that. You're
I
British.
can. I could just.
No, you're British.
I can, but I'm just making fun of it. You see, that's
I
the
think
difference.
this would be
say
a good
that.
way, but I.
Gordy's
I
getting
believe
hurt.
in you. You got this.
Gordy, you going this way? Are you going to the pitons?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Pitons?
The
I
long
think
Piton.
I'm scared of the pitons because the pitons can break.
Or did it
Yeah,
happen
but
already?
They can? They can break?
Yeah, they break after like 3 uses.
Well,
Oh,
these
shit.
older
Well, Mew,
ones, the ones that
to
are
be
like
fair,
in the wall, can break.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Okay, I'm
You
just.
shouldn't have jumped. You used up so much stamina, bro.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do
wow,
regular.
backseat gaming my wife, dude. Hop off.
Imagine a backseat gaming.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm literally dead.
Oh,
So am I.
go to what?
Piton is French for eyeball.
Go to
Oh, it
here.
is French then. Piton. Hey, Gordy, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
Yo, what's that berry thing behind you? What's that berry thing behind
Oh,
you? What's that? It's like a
the berry
moonberry?
thing?
Yeah, eat it.
What berry?
That thing. The thing in front of you. That thing. Yeah.
It's the fucking. It's the Bob.
Buffy's dead.
Fuck Bob.
Oh!
Wow.
Hey,
Wow.
buddy! Hey, dude! Hey, Mew. Yeah,
Yeah?
you should just keep going. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I wouldn't trust Gordy.
Okay.
He's gonna
Hi.
feed. I think he's going to feed Gordy. I think he's gonna feed Buffy a moon fruit. I don't know what that does. But as we said that, I was like, oh, why are we doing that? And he said, fuck Buffy, and Buffy walked up exactly.
Ah.
Gordy said that.
Oh no. I'm gonna go back out here. 'Cause
Oh,
I'm
are
gonna
the
do
snow
this.
ones? Are the snow ones different?
No. And then put my backpack back on. My phone is going crazy.
Oh, 'cause he's
So
like,
is this blizzard. Good timing.
I know. But I'm gonna go right here, and then I'm gonna grab another.
Fruit to have. I actually
Okay.
think I might be able to climb this tree and then go up this way.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. A Gordy, that looks like a slim fit. You sure you can fit? A little too
I'm
thick
always
for
a
that
slim
hole.
fit.
Uh,
I don't care what the Sears workers tell me.
what?
Fuck those Sears workers. They don't know any sizes. I'm always a slim fit.
Okay. If you say so.
Gordy is climbing this.
Gordy got on this thing about how I was like, there was like a really tight like space between 2 ice blocks, I was like, "Are you sure you
Yeah.
can fit through that?" I don't think you fit. He's like, He's like, "Of course I can fit through it. I'm slim thick." And I'm like,
Oh, that's my.
And
my
now he
Satsuma.
mad.
My Satsuma. My Satsuma.
Satsuma.
Tangerine.
I-
Satsuma. Oh, this. Oh.
I like this little position I have of just like reporting back and forth. It's kind of fun. It's like I go for a second and come back and tell you a story. What is that? What
I
is
love
that?
you telling me
What was
stories.
that bomb?
That chest, it's an ancient chest, and they can have good stuff, but it hurts you when you open it. And I don't have anything to heal myself.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Oh,
risk
yeah,
it.
I
You're
can
so
just go
close to
this
the
way.
top, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Oh wait,
the
there's a
easiest-
briefcase to your left.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Let me get up here. Where is it?
It's just right there.
Oh.
Yeah. That one it has no cost. You just have to go and open it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gordy's actually below you.
That
maybe.
kid.
Whoa!
Oh. Oh. Ow.
Oh.
Okay. No. Not right here. Not right there. No. Nope, that was worse.
That's very confusing.
Yeah. But this is
Oh,
fine.
it's
Okay.
gone now.
Johnny, of course, homie.
Oh.
You
What are you
good?
doing?
Gordy's
Yeah.
at the campfire.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Oh,
I
you
just was
used
getting
it so
stuff.
you could. Yeah.
Yeah.
We should cook that Meg.
I just got rid of it. Yeah, I'm gonna cook the med kit when we get up there.
Did you know that once you get to like a certain ascent level, there aren't like flares at the peak that you have to like bring your own?
No, I don't know why we
Interesting.
need flares. Not gonna lie.
Crank this, chat. We gotta crank this.
But the helicopter already has flares. Oh, I gotta wait.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. On Ascent 5, there isn't flares at the helicopter.
What? There's flares at the helicopter.
No, every time you climb up, you can play at a higher difficulty with a different modifier. Eventually, that modifier is that there are no flares
Oh.
at the helicopter, so you need to take the flare from the start all the way up,
That's crazy.
or find one on the way. Which
Oh. So desu ka.
Oh!
What the fuck? I hate when it does that.
So weird. It makes me think of a weird you know, like those mirror rooms at circuses. That's what it reminds
Yeah.
me of.
I think I gotta go across the blue. I gotta hurt my feet.
Blue.
You are in sandals, unfortunately.
I am in sandals, you are correct. I can't wait for you guys to see the next one, or at least the lane. She's gonna wig out.
I love the next one. The
Wig
next one's my
out.
favorite. It's so easy.
If I wig out, I'll go bald for that bit of the map. If I wig out.
You might
Go
want to put your
bald.
hair up.
Oh shit. Hearing me see you say so deska made me cry. Why?
So desu ka?
So deska?
So desu ne. Did you know I was taking private Japanese lessons for a hot minute?
That's cool. It's been so long since I've heard someone speak Japanese.
Hi!
Hi.
Hi. Oh!
You guys are like stuck at each other.
Ooh, that hurt. That hurt a little bit. That hurt a little bit.
Hi, Gordy. Did you take a loose marshmallow, you asshole?
No, I didn't. What do you mean? There are only 2 marshmallows up here.
I can't believe you.
Why?
If anything, I
I'm gonna
took
take
Gordy's
Bing Bong.
marshmallow.
Oops, that's.
Oh no, I got a med kit. I need to cook.
I knew you'd do this to me!
Oh, what the fuck? Alright.
What's
Welcome
happening?
in, everybody.
Something happened to
Hi,
him.
hi, Raiders. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh my god. What does Bing Bong even
Hey,
do to
Gordy.
get more support pet?
So anyway.
Yo, what's a scroll do?
I think you just read it.
Dear Diary, bad news. The ship cat made an oopsie and we wound up crashing on this mysterious island. Thankfully, mysterious islands are my specialty. With our whole troop working together, we'll reach the top of this peak and signal for help in no time. In the meantime, I'll take this opportunity to add additional ages to my famous guidebook. Pages, not ages. My thumb was in the way. Cool.
Welcome back
Oh
to
my
the
God.
ads as well. Welcome back to the ads. I'm sorry we got ads.
I'll
This
put
one's
on
basically
pigtails.
just
Oh, wait.
send it. This level is just called send it.
I have a bowl cut on now on stream. I'm good. I got this.
Do you guys want me to teach you how to do this part?
I know what to do.
Honestly, the cut like that, a lane, kind of goes hard.
There's a briefcase over there and I want it.
Are you gonna teach me?
Oh, this might hurt. No, it doesn't. Okay. Wow. Yep, just jump.
Thank you.
This one is literally, like I said, just send it. You just gotta jump and you gotta run and jump. Oh, there's rope in this one. Do you want to put it in my bag?
Yeah, put it in your bag. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
There we go.
Ooh, I like the music in this place.
Oh, I have my music turned off. I always turn music off in games.
No, that's valid. Eggs!
Oh yeah, and you can cook those at the fire.
Womb Raider, excuse me?
I'll be
You
your
got a
womb raider.
Landcroft womb. Excuse? What's happening? Hello?
You know what's happening.
Oh my god. Oh my god, chat? Chat? Hello? Chat? Ow? Ow?
There you go.
Ow? I'm getting burnt. I'm getting burnt. I'm getting burnt. I'm
Oh
getting
yeah,
burnt.
it's because this stuff is just being hot. Because it's hot because you're on it.
Oh my god. I see why you say I'm gonna wing it out. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That beautiful woman is what it would be. This is not the way to go. Oh yeah, it was.
I believe. It's a nice
I got
plateau up
lucky.
here, actually.
Hi. Alright, let me see where we going next.
Okay. Can you eat the eggs without cooking them?
Uh-oh, our box about to be hot. We can go this way.
Which way?
But
Okay.
no, you gotta cook the eggs when you get to the end.
Oh,
We gotta wait a sec. We gotta wait for the lava to go down.
okay. I can at least come down there.
Yeah.
It's time for a little pixie bob cut. Very cute. You should think of doing that more often. Ah, yeah, I did it for most of like last week.
Actually,
You
we
can
might be
cook
able to go
them
this
on
way
hot
now.
rocks.
I guess you can.
Hot
So
rocks?
chains, the best thing to do is literally send it. And press E! Oh,
Gordy left. Uh-oh.
uh-oh.
What happened?
I guess maybe he timed it. I don't know.
What happened? I don't know what happened to Gordy's stuff. It's like paused? I don't know. Alright.
It disappears with him. Good job.
So it wasn't real?
if you-
You got it.
If you jump in, climb the chains, it kind of gives you an extra boost.
Oh,
Because
okay.
it flies you.
Got it. Okay, Ghosty, then next week, when I get back on Tuesday, I will do Pixie Cut for most of the week, okay? I'll do it every co-working day.
Oh, so much fire.
Oh.
Oh, this rock about to be hot. Oh, it's because the lava rose for a sec.
Hive, help. Help, help, help. Oh.
Hi.
Ooh, then I got him, Pog.
Yeah, we gotta go back down now. Because then we can go across. Just
Okay.
be careful. I wish there was chains we can go.
Me too.
Ow! Oh no. Bye! Oh shit.
Wife!
Ow.
I'm in the fire, but I...
Wife? Where did my wife go? Oh. Chat, it's so quiet, I'm so scared. Hello? Do a flip. Do a flip. Ow.
I died.
No.
I was literally right below where you're like where you are, but the lava rose up and burned my body.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I had food I could have given you.
Oh,
Go to
it's
your left,
okay.
go to your left.
This way?
Yeah. Or, I mean, you could. Yeah, I think, yeah. Go to your left. You might get a little burned, but I think that's your best bet. Just be
Okay.
careful. Buffy's already at the thing.
The lava's rising?
Yeah, it rises and lowers. I'll go tell Buffy I'm dead.
Okay. Blow, 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 blow. Hot, 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 hot. Jump you won't? Yeah, I won't. I'm a coward. Rip laughing on it.
Alright. Buffy's already at, like, the end. Go to your right. Yeah, climb up that.
Ooh.
You got this. You got this.
It's a little symbol in the rock. Oh my god.
Yeah. You got this. I would say keep climbing. There's a ledge above you you can stand on. You good?
It wouldn't let me up.
Yeah, I was like, what's happening?
I was really struggling. Oh, oh!
Here, go to the left, or to the right, Go to the right and climb up that way. You can. Oh.
I have no stamina. Ow. Ow.
Try,
Take it
yeah,
right.
try, when you get up there, try going to the right.
Oh, yeah, I see you, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, this gives me anxiety. I'm not even playing. I know, it's crazy, but it's great. It's like a puzzle game.
Yeah, it's fun if it's not, you know, you're not too freaked out about it. I think you might have to go on those chains to the next spot, but you can, if you're able to, you can jump on them.
Chains?
Turn around. Like, look at the other rock. To
Oh.
yeah. You can either, yeah, I think that might be your best bet, is to go on those.
Okay. Is Gordy and Buffy still alive, or?
Gordy disconnected, I think. Buffy's.
Oh, right.
Buffy's at the end. Yep. So jump and then press E when you see it.
Whee.
Yeah, I missed. I ended up not gripping. It bounced me off the side of the rock.
Oh.
And then just down.
Ugh.
Okay, there's a chain to your right to the next rock, I think is where you're gonna want to go. If you jump, you can jump onto the chain if you're brave. You both go. I think you can do it.
Which chain? That chain?
To the right.
Oh, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi, Gordy. Hi. Hi, Gordy. Hi. Oh, Gordy's
Hi,
raiding
Gordy.
me. Hi, Gordy.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It unmuted because I was watching Gordy. Hi, everybody. How are you? Welcome on in. I'm trying my best to survive.
The one
Is that
behind you,
chain?
behind
That
you.
chain?
No, behind you. Yeah. Those chains in that rock.
Oh shit. I got it.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, I did it. I did it. I did it. I did that. That was for Gordy. That was for Gordy, dog. That was for Gordy. For Gordy. A little bit. Gordy, are you good, man? Are you gonna come back, man? Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I gotta come back.
Okay,
Thank you for the check-ins. Thank you. I'm very afraid right now. I gotta go up this rock. Gotta wait, because thing's gonna get hot. Things gonna get hot. But how is it going? Hope you had a wonderful day. If you're joining us back, just let me know, Gordy. And then like what, like we could just hang out and stuff. Oh my god, okay. Let's go.
You got this, wife.
Yippee. He's very warm here.
Oh, that tonic you have, that green one. If you drink some of that, your heart, it'll heal you.
Okay.
Oh. There you go.
Ooh.
There you go. Look at that. Oh, and it took away some of your hunger. Nice. You got this.
Ooh.
Alright, I'm gonna go. Oh my god, why is the rock so red?
I don't know. It's very scary. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
Hope you
I'm
guys
gonna go
have a
tell
wonderful time.
Coffee you're okay.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah. I hope you guys had a wonderful time with Gordy. I'll try to keep you entertained. I'm high as fuck. Came to start lurking as I usually do, only just now, just today, just this moment where your boobs always, yeah. I mean, they've gotten bigger, not because I want them to be fair, but because every time I get a new model, they draw them bigger. But this is most lore accurate, if that makes you feel better. Hi, Immortal Rich. Welcome on in. I hope you have a wonderful time here as I try really hard to get to the top.
Oh.
I'm falling. Oh.
It's fine.
Okay. We're good. We are okay.
I wonder if you drink more of that cure-all, it will get rid of more of your hunger.
Oh my god. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Came in with Gordy's Ray. Welcome on in. Hello, hi, Kitsune Dreamer. How are you doing?
Oh, it did.
Oh my god, I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed.
You got this.
More, most lore accurate is crazy. It's true.
Leave her alone.
I cry. Not to let them have boobies.
Oh, you're there.
Oh.
Let's go.
Oh fuck. What do you mean I have to get all the way over there?
Oh, you are. Okay, yeah. Oh, and the lava.
What do you mean? I thought this was it.
No.
I wanna die.
You gotta.
This is the haircut, which is good. Thank you.
You got this.
They also seem bigger because I don't have hair. I want to say.
Oh, did you take your hair off?
Which
I
way?
have the chat open.
Yeah.
Nice. I think you just gotta go down, yeah.
Oh,
Go to that cluster that's kind of in the middle.
Yeah, okay.
You got this. It's okay, you're okay.
Yeah, I thought maybe it's because the hair was missing, but like... Well, good luck, thanks, Digby. Hold on, wait. If I put the pigtails on, I put the bow off, does it do... I think this is the same effect. In a way, just different. I think that lava's coming up.
Yeah, but yeah, keep getting lower. Go to your left, I think.
This way?
Yeah, you see that the clusters of rocks with all those chains? I think those are gonna be your best bets. If you can get over.
Yeah, I should go like here to there to there.
Well, you're going down.
I'm gonna give up. No, Billabong! Boffy. Boffy, go do it.
Hey,
You gotta go do it.
it's
gotta
okay. I've been
bring
here
us
for a
back.
while.
Yeah, bring us back, man. I'm sorry, I tried my best. I lost Bing Bong.
You did so good, though.
No,
I
Bing
lost
Bong.
Bing Bong.
It's okay. We'll get Bing Bong across one day.
One day.
I want the propeller
got this
hat, bro.
What's the propeller hat?
You get a propeller hat. The hat that Bing Bong wears, you get it as an item in the game that you can wear.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I should try a lot harder for Bing Bong.
Yeah.
Ah! Ah! Oh, my head. I hit my head on the way out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm great.
We've got a lot of really good shit in these boxes, by the way.
Oh, cool. Let me
I
get
got
this.
a backpack.
So-
This kid.
We've lost all the backpacks, though, so...
Yeah, I can that kit. What
Roadmap.
sucks is like I didn't land in the lava, but when the lava rose up is what it fucked over.
Yep. Which way are we going now?
Into the mountain.
Okay.
Oh hell yeah, I can carry this airplane. There's an extra marshmallow.
Do you want to cook it and take it? Because I've got really good items. So I've got a rope, an anti-rope, and a chain launcher. I'm like ready.
Word of caution, watch out for the kiln. It's being reported by a ton of streamers that the kiln has been killing streamers all day for everyone. What? 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 Can you climb the outside? Probably. I don't want to though. Wait, probably though. Can you climb the outside of this mountain? Why
I
are we going
don't
in?
know. Because that's how you're supposed to do it.
Kiln's been breaking streams.
What?
Oh, I wonder why. The parent. Oh my god. Was that some of that? Oh god.
What?
The kiln apparently can break streams, so I'm a little worried.
The kill?
Yeah,
What's that?
has been known. It is. Oh, like this place is poorly optimized, so it could crash my computer.
Oh.
I think it'll be okay though.
I hope not.
I see it a little high. It is a little high. Hold on. And what we'll do, just in case, we will put this on low, and then the medium I think should be fine, and then off. Alright, it'll look a little maybe bad. But I think we'll be okay. Because now it's way lower in terms of graphics usage. It might look a little donkey buns, and I'm sorry. But at least we won't crash.
Hey.
Oh.
I'm gonna go this side, right side.
I wanna go the
I
middle
can.
way.
Yeah, I gotta start over here, but I'm gonna go towards the right, I think.
Drop those visuals we don't need to see. Gooder, exactly. We just gotta survive, chat. This looks like something. It's a big climb. Go the way my wife is going. It's only been happening today though, which makes me wonder if the game had an update or something like that. I think there was an update last night, right, Miyu?
Either that or it was like a hot fix.
Like they're actively
Yeah.
trying to work on it and try to fix it, but it's taking some time.
Yeah. risking it. So I'm stressed. Okay. I'm stressed. I did it. Going. Yeah, Sims like situation. Fix one thing and then cause like 3 more issues. Hi.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Oh, good.
How's Elaine doing? Oh, there's my wife.
I'm right behind you. Your way was a good way, so I figured
Yeah. I think. Oh, now we gotta go up. Might have to use up a lot of stamina.
Okay, yeah, I can stand here. There's a little spot we can stand up over here.
I'm above you.
Oh.
Oh, wife. Oh, yeah, you are above me. Hi.
Spooky sounds. Spooky sounds.
Oh, this is how I died in one of the games I was in last night. Oh, that's good to keep.
There's also a granola
You need to...
ball.
Yeah, maybe that. Alright,
Go back.
Yeah, I think this
Going up. Yeah.
might be, yeah.
Somehow they fucked up so bad, Sims can't take pregnancy tests or get past the first... What? That's a pretty big bug. That's actually a really big bug.
I gotta get this.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey. Is he up ahead of us?
No, he's like on the other side of us.
I'm like next to you. Hi.
Ow!
Oh, hey. Oh, be careful.
Yeah, there's like a little ledge up here I'm gonna sit on.
Hi.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, he's like
Can you
right
help
under.
me? Yo!
Oh, hey.
Oh.
Hey, Mia, do you
I
have any
think I'm
space in
dead.
your inventory?
No,
Oh, right then.
I have a health kit. Do you need a health kit? Oh. You
I wanna
okay?
get out of here. I wanna get out of here. I don't like it here. It hurts. Everything hurts.
Hey, do you guys have space?
No.
Elaine, do you have space in your inventory?
Ah! No! Ah! Is it for me, wife? No!
Is she okay?
I tried. No, she's not. She fell.
Oh, did she die?
Yeah.
I'm so dead.
Looks like it.
I'm so dead. Can I flop down
Not my
further?
wife.
I'm watching the stream.
Come
oh,
on.
she's on a rock.
Wiggle. Wiggle.
I just don't know where.
Oh, she's near the bottom.
Yeah, she like
Wiggle.
fell. Like,
Wiggle. I want to fall into the lava. Wiggle harder. Yes. Yes. Oh! Ah. Yay! I made it to the bottom, guys. I'm toasty. Toasty marshmallow. I'm a burnt marshmallow now. That's all I could ever want. Hey, what's up?
Hi, wife.
Hi. I managed in my dead body, somehow managed to slip all the way to the bottom. It was great.
yeah, I noticed it was.
We saw.
It was great.
I'm very sad. We tried
okay.
so hard.
It's okay.
It's not okay.
It's too hot here anyway.
It's too hot because you're
Yeah.
hot.
No, it's your domain.
Not Bobby leaving me. Ow. Hot rock.
You're
It's
strong,
okay, I
independent
made bad
woman,
choices.
I think. I just saw him fall.
I didn't fall, I climbed down. This place does not go anywhere. I tried climbing up, didn't work.
Oh.
Oh no.
Ow.
Yeah, this is a bad place
here?
to be, huh?
Up there.
Guys have no like rope chains?
No. I gotta wait for my flame to go away and I can try.
Sam, but I don't have any space to be in because you are in the only space to be in.
Sorry.
Oh, that's good. We're both safe.
Little shimmy shay. Oh,
About to use up all of my stamina.
I believe.
I don't. Oh no, I don't. I
believe.
Come back down.
No, I'm going.
Oh,
Oh, no. No! Oh, it's like right there.
oh no!
I'm in a spot. It's okay. I can get out of this. I can get out. I'm fine.
I was expecting you to pass out when you hit the ground, so I was like getting ready to catch you so you didn't slide all the way down.
Oh.
I think we gotta go down.
I could chain gun.
Oh my god, please! Yeah.
That's why I was like, come down.
Oh, you should have said I'm gonna chain gun.
Oh yeah, you gotta get on a bit later.
Oh yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh no, I just touched the lava. Oh why?
Oh, bye. Love you.
Bye, Boff. A whole new world.
Ow.
This place
Okay.
is hard. Oh, there's a
Yeah,
briefcase
this
behind
place
you.
Is there?
Yeah. 2 of them.
Nice. Oh shit.
Nice.
Hell yeah. Oh. That one. Well. Yeah, I think I can do this.
Yeah. Oh, Boffy. Oh, Boffy.
Okay, here I go.
Yeah, Boffy's like dead.
Yeah, I figured. As soon as you touch the lava, that's like it. At least you'll both get an achievement for a friend leaving the island without you if I can make it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, if I can make it. Hi.
Hey.
I heard you touch some lava.
Yeah.
You got this. Yeah, she's got this. I believe.
Oh no. No, that's not gonna be it.
Oh, well, you had the
I jump
stamina.
across.
Did that not help?
Maybe.
Yeah. I think I need to go over here. Or up here. Okay, let's see. I think maybe that way, I think is where I need to go. I don't know if I can make it over there. Yeah.
At least my chain cannon came in useful.
Oh my god, your chain was awesome.
I was worried where I put it that you wouldn't be able to climb it super easily, but I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah. What's the dark energy effect?
That means you've died once before, so it's permanently like lost.
Yeah.
You can make that jump.
I believe.
Oh
Yay!
shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, that was so close. 'Cause if I
Just like
slid,
my
I was
wife
done
said,
for.
you just gotta go for it.
You just gotta send it. You just gotta send it.
Yup. Just like you said.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Alright.
I think you go.
I think I just gotta keep going this way.
Yeah, you might get hurt at the top, but I think it might be worth it.
I think
Hi,
it'll be fine,
Jadex.
yeah.
Welcome on in.
Luckily,
Follow.
the
Hope you
thing that
enjoy.
stops most people at this point in the run is hunger, and you're good. So.
Oh yeah. Oh no. If I'm a fat girl, I know I can find some food. That's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
You can trust me to bring the snacks.
Because she is a snack, am I right, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, yo.
You can trust the
I
snacks
was
to
lurking
bring the
in Gore
snacks.
chat and missed the raids. You are totally fine. Welcome on in.
I think I have to go
Welcome on in.
back
Hope you're having a lovely
down
Wednesday.
and go this way.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
There's no way I can jump that.
Hey,
Yeah, I
yo.
gotta go back down.
Wouldn't it be so fucked up if the lava in this, like, rose?
I was just thinking, I'm so happy the lava doesn't rise.
I just looked down and was like, oh.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna
Ooh, this is
reach that.
You could just, like, send it with as much stamina as possible.
Yeah. Because I have to go across, I think. And
I'd say climb sideways, and then
yeah.
climb up from the bottom.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't think I'm gonna have enough stamina at all. Let me see if there's another way up round.
Yeah, it looks like it.
No, I don't think so. I just gotta
Trust
in
it.
the
Go up.
stamina.
Go straight up. It's closer than it looks.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh.
It's right there!
Oh!
No! 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 Oh!
How are you not dead?
I'm fine! Oh my god, I'm fine!
How are you not dead?
I was clinging to the wall for dear fucking life.
Jesus Christ!
Oh my god. Okay. Oh fuck.
Go
Okay,
yeah, go that way.
We
go
know
that
the way.
yeah.
We know the way. We can get up. This is so intense. Okay. I just gotta calm down. It's fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think you gotta go up.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking.
Up there.
Yeah.
You could maybe use that piece of flaming rock to your right to climb.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing else going up that way.
I think there's a ledge above it, but I can't be sure.
I know that's too risky. Let me try going back up there and looking around. My hands are so sweaty.
I feel like there was another way to go over here.
I think so. Okay, hold on.
You look like Gollum in that cave. When it like makes your character like crouch is like really creepy.
Okay. No, because that I think just goes back this way.
I think if you just climb, I think if you can climb onto that thing, the rock next to you, you can climb over the lip and up onto the ledge that you're under. But I think you should probably eat the meal before that. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're gonna need a lot of stamina for this.
Oh.
I believe.
Oh yeah, this is doable.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, and then it's not flamey up here, so I think this is good. Oh no, there's nothing up here.
You should. Ooh. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. Fuck.
Oh. Man, this place sucks.
This place sucks.
It just looks like we don't have like extra gear because we all died.
Yeah. I had like so much food and like stamina stuff. Oh my god.
I had a ghost rope on my I think there's a ghost rope where I died. Because it dropped when I died, not... It didn't fall down with me, I don't think.
At this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have the stamina to do that now. I'm gonna try going back that one way. Oh, if there's no other way to get through up there, I'm just sending it. I'm diving into that lava.
Diving into that lava.
Oh, I hate this ledge.
Pardon me.
Oh.
Oh, that was scary. I thought there was a Balrog in here.
The camp.
Yeah, see that. Yeah, see that.
But you could...
Oh, what? Ah!
Wait, go behind you. Go behind you. Go behind you and go up. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can actually.
I
Get
think you can make
stairs,
that.
anything.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can totally make that.
This might be a...
Oh no, there's no ledge here.
Oh no. Oh.
Ow.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I think if while you're up there, you jump to that other ledge, you can do it.
Maybe. Oh, I gotta reorient myself. Hold on.
I wish you could
Alright.
ping things as a ghost. Like this over here, I think you can jump to this.
Yeah. Or it might be able to crab walk over there. I think maybe I might be able to make it to that ledge. Come on, get over here. Please. No!
Oh.
Quick! Dance!
Hey. I got a new hat. I got 2 new hats. I got a wizard's hat. Oh, and I got the Hawaiian outfit too. Whoa.
Not fried
Guys.
beef.
Guys, I gotta look what I got.
Guys?
Yeah?
What's up?
On my screen, Miyu got to the helicopter.
What the heck? I did not get to the
What?
helicopter.
No.
I got the new outfit for you leaving without me.
I already have that, so I can't attest if you have that.
Wait, which one?
Someone bought me
I don't have
for
that
me,
one.
like all scraggly.
Yeah, I just got it.
I don't have that one. Yeah, we did it. We did it.
We
Yeah,
did it,
I-
guys.
You can check my Steam account. I just got the achievement.
That's so crazy.
Like my hat?
Of course, I love your hat.
Nice. Are you like crouching? What is this?
I like how Kiwi said, ooh, fried view. Oh,
Frothy.
I'm not a fried shrimp.
But you be tasty fish.
No.
Okay, I think I'm gonna hop off of here for now. If you guys
No,
are
that
on
sounds good.
after
I
I'm
also
done
got
streaming, if
this.
you guys like aren't busy. Yeah, I got that too. Wait, did I get that?
Ow.
Is that what that was? Oh, I think it is. I just don't have the hat for it.
Oh, the
Oh,
hat
yes,
is
I
just the
do.
beret. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. If you those two hats go with all the outfits.
You did good.
Thank you. That's the farthest I've ever gone.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd have finished it by now. I know that I've seen you play it a few times. Have you never
No.
gotten that far? Oh.
No, because I use snow is usually as far as we get when I play with other friends. That's as far as I've gotten to the lava section by myself once.
Aww.
That's about it. Looks like you're just hugging Elaine aggressively.
Stop. Let me go.
I love doing that.
Alright, well I'm gonna go watch TikToks, and then if you guys are on after I'm done streaming, we can like play more. Oh, I left the lobby. I left the lobby forgetting that that's how we were talking.
Yeah, like you left and I was like in mid sentence. I was like,
I was like, oh shit. I forgot that that's how that is. That's how that do be.
You silly goose.
Yeah, that was crazy. I
Please.
got achievements
Yeah, you
Good
did.
job.
that I shouldn't have
Yeah.
gotten. I actually saw the cutscene of Miyu getting in the fucking helicopter.
Cause I'm just that cool, guys.
I was like, wait, what?
Oh yeah, participation badge?
Yeah.
I'm
That's
so cool
crazy.
that I left the island even though I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miyu's spirit left the island.
Spiritually, I was not there.
Yeah.
It's
Alright,
fucked up.
but yeah, if you guys are on after I'm done, like we can play more if you want.
Yeah, just message me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love this
Love
game.
you.
I gotta watch. Yeah, love you. I'll
Enjoy the
definitely let you guys know.
TikTokies.
Thank you. I'm high as
Okay.
fuck, so it'll be great.
There's a lot of, there might be a lot of K-pop demon hunters. I'm kind of in a phase right now, so.
Yes. Okay, I'm excited. Alright. See
Bye,
you
chat.
guys.
Bye.
Alright, chat. Are you ready? Oh, we gotta play that Spotify song before. This one. This one. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Hi! Love you too! Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then we listen to the song, and then I'll pick who I want to go first. I think it's whoever's on the bottom. Yeah. I think for the boat. Pixels, can I have a snack? 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 Also, I kind of want to face this way. Wait, okay. Oh. I'm snack. I like the song. That's a good song. I like the song. That's a good song. Alright. Alright, that's a great song. Alright. Alright, we got a lot of TikToks today. But I will be scrolling if I am not. Yeah, technically. Which is weird because V's younger than us. By quite a bit. But, you know. V will be V. Okay. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Cooked up backpack. Oh, you can do it multiple times? What? We just played it. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. Mm. Mm. No. I guess. What? Yeah. 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 Aww. Oh. Oh, I saw this. This is such a good edit. I fucking love this. It's too poetic. So true. That's crazy. I've seen these. People don't like them. I like it. He's damn. Thank you. Ah, but a two of them. Excuse me? Excuse me? What? What? It was Iron Man. What? Huh? Oh, no sound. Shoot. I'm eating cheese right now. I was currently eating cheese. That's crazy. I got it. I see. Damn. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's go. Let's go. I love this lady. That's adorable. That lie lady. Yeah, same. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's cute. I do like the Starbucks straw. It's kind of fun. Whoa. I like that one more than the Starbucks cup. Hi, Lil Foxy. Welcome on in. Oh my god, that's so cute. Bet, really? Awesome. I'm just so happy to hear. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. I'm not gonna watch the whole 7-minute episode, but that's cute. Oh. It would be Invisible Werewolf, I've been told. Oh yeah, they have the adult one. Yep. What the fuck was that? Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? This is the whole lore, brother! Bro, what the whole script? That's crazy. I saw this. I fucking love that. I fucking love that. Hi, Rain! Oh. I'm starting to say they are. Oh god. That is fucking crazy. That's crazy. I love Bubblegram. Nickelodeon actor. Dude, this actually goes hard. The bougie man. Damn. One of the most beautiful creatures on earth. Yes, that's what. What? No, that's not me. What the fuck? I live in the US. No. I like it when friends do it better. And then I can see them. What? What did I do? This is sad. Oh. I see Bob has got a new favorite lady. I love this. Hi, Ghosty. Card book. Bad potatoes. Oh, I've seen this one with his brother. And he shoots him with a Nerf gun. I've been getting a lot about that. I'll be honest. That's crazy. EP Burb. EP Burb. Little babies. Okay. What the fuck? That's kind of fucked up. They are very adorable. Affiliated. Eep. Oh. Why touch the birds? Because a human have no self-awareness. That's one. Fucking great, dude. That's disgusting. I really have to poop because I'm scared of something that just hasn't happened yet. But what? What? Valid. Valid. It's Nova. It's Nova. This is actually his TikTok account. I know it because I follow it on my normal account. I'm sad that a lot of his content involves the AI guy, but at least he's still making content. That's crazy. That's crazy. The ending was crazy, actually. Valid. Okay. Oh my god. Mm-mm. Like Zoe in the background, like, ooh. Yeah, and but because he had an accent, he's like, do you wash your arse? That's a lot of dinosaurs. Vex, is this your room? Oh my god. This is Vex's room in my mind. Oh. Oh. Yes. Yo, whatever. Whatever feels good, I guess. Oh. Oh, she is. Oh my god, I love this. I love that. Yeah, I think that this happens if you start the discount thing. There's a thing you can start a discount stuff on your own, and that's when this happens. But if you don't start the discount, even if this is on, I don't think it does anything. So I know someone called River. Cool. Vex, did you see the dinosaur room? Vex. Did you see the dinosaur room? Sorry. I'm born to be. This is your room, Vexed. That's all I'm saying. God damn it. What? Oh my god. It's great. That was amazing. Mr. Goon. Are we gonna okay. Wait, is this one the Goon? Men take notes. Significant others take notes? Excuse me, yeah. Mr. Good. Every day for the last 7 years, Wendigo has come to my house and brutally attacked me. He pummels me with his fist, leaving me bruised and bloodied. He finds me, even when I lie broken and battered in hospital beds. My body has become a giant bruise, callous. My bones are shattered and ground to dust. What the fuck? My solace is knowing that he may die one day. What the fuck? What the fuck? As Whammon? Huh. I don't know why, but I was expecting more like her. You know, more that like energy. Cause this is like, it's not as. Oh no, it's not as threatening as that. You know. But I like it. I like it. I like it. Apple. I saw yellow, but now I see green. I always saw this as like black and blue, you know? Hello. Okay. Oh? Good night, Ghosty! Love you! Sleep well! What? What? Okay. Why was it so out of focus? Huh? Pixels know how I feel about that. No! Be nice! They're robots! No! 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 Be nice. What? What? Sasha's brain got me there. That's valid. Oops, sorry. I at least wanted to hear the mascara part. He sounds so strained. Mascara? That's what I wanted to hear. This is not allowed. No, that's gooner bait. What? What? That too. Wow. I actually quite like this. Okay. Okay. What? What? Should I be afraid? I've been wearing my clothes for 3 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ew. That's crazy. Okay. Recommended to me by some people. Ooh, is this illegal? Ooh. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Pete. The far. She's so cute. This is hard. Bro, that's hard. My brain can't compute. I'll just do the normal popping noises. I like these guys. You got cute animals. Is it a mushroom? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, is that all of them? Oh, shit. Is that actually all of them? Ooh. Hog. Now we go to kiwis. I like making it that way more. Can you guys hear me when I do that? Yeah, right? Oh my god, I never got to see this video. I kept accidentally like refreshing when I got it. That was great. This isn't One Piece, is it? Oh, this is Bleach. Ayo. You guys want to see a fun fact? My original lore comic, before I had it, because I had it done twice, because I wanted to see it done in different styles. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I had another version of my lore comic. Where the fuck is it? This one? 2.0? Nope. Where is it? No, it wasn't this one. Where is it? I forgot where I put it, chat. Uh-oh. Where did I put it? Wait, no, it was like, hold on, we can do it this way. Oh, is it just ba-ba-ba-da? Da-ba-da? Yeah, it is. So I had different versions of it. I had like one that looked like this. It was a bit more, what was it? It was a bit more, like, bleach styled. It was cool. Okay. Oh, I got this on my TikTok this morning. Oh my god. Nice to meet you. Ooh, like beats a Jet 2 holiday. £50 per person. I like that she's holding her arm out so she can project. That was great. That's 200 for a family of 4 what? Per person. Whoa. This is going on Happy Talk. This is going on Happy Talk next week. Holy shit, hold on. I gotta send this to myself so I remember. Okay. This isn't One Piece. Cause I'm Kenpachi. Hold on, wait, I want a blunt. Hold on. I want a blunt. Kiwi has betrayed us. Yeah, for One Piece, man. Okay. Wait. Alright, now it should be good. Ah, yeah, this is fine. Okay. Hey, yo. That's crazy, bro. I like that character, though. That character's cool. What? That was a lot. Oh. 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 Mood. Mood. Ew. Ew. Yeah. Ah. That's cool. That's crazy, Vex. What? That's amazing. Okay. The poor baby. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, I saw this. He's like, yo, what? Excuse me. I sure hope it does. Oh. And you say, hold me now. Dude, I have this for Happy Talk. In case I don't. But I saw this. I love it so much. Oh, yeah. Love Auto, yeah. Oh, it's so cute. Crowd card, yeah. Alright, see, Kiwi went back. This looks like One Piece. Ah, throw punch. Oh, I saw this. Pixels wants one for spiders. Yep. Oh my god. Wait, what? Oh, I missed the first time. Think. No, it didn't. That's crazy. It took the bus with it. That's crazy. Sarah. Oh. Oh, it's got its bottom jaw. Oh, but it's like mostly intact. That's kind of crazy. Yo! Ship strong. Ship strong. Okay. Oh my god. Yep. Oh god. Slightly decline. Aww. Crazy. The initial. Well, good thing I'm a lane. It's like the butt. The handle melts first, and then you can't get it out. But it's just ice. Wouldn't it be okay? This is cute. So, the fuck with you right here. I'm low key in your house right now. You want to have some ice cream? Wait, what? What? Your guts are very temperature sensitive. It would be. Oh. Huh? Huh? What the fuck? The ADHD urge to be excellent at solving other people. Yeah. While letting our cars for 8 months while actually thinking about it. Yeah. When you sent your entire a valiant effort, Kiwi. The baby. And buy some more nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs. You'll never leave the one for nuggets that are shaped like dinosaurs. Oh. Crazy. Hell yeah. What? I just realized something. They are dead. They are also dead. Both of them are dead because of the same person. That's crazy. Gluttony month? What? I just wanted to let you know that there is only like 3 people in this world who I can hang out. Oh, thank you. Yes. No. This, when I say I love the ocean, I mean the love of the surface. What goes on beneath has my respect, but it's none of my business. Yes, sir. What? What's happening? That's crazy. What open? It's my business. I want in the... Okay, you can go in the deep ocean. I'm good. I don't want to be swallowed by a Meg. That's so cool. There you go, Vexed. Happy birthday. There you go, Vexed. Just for you. Gunter. He looked like a Gunter. I bet there's a Japanese warrior like that on YouTube. That's crazy. When is the skin gonna be in Fortnite? Why is this so underrated? Why is it so underrated? Hello? Is all he posts? It's the same video to different songs. Wait, are they all like about the same? The fuck? It's so underrated. Oh shit. Shit, hold on. Oh my god! You saw the hamster one! Oh my god, I love the hamster one. Yo, Fortnite skin when? Okay. You're stupid! Damn, that's crazy. Yes! I saw this, I love this. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, sir. I love how the way the cat goes. Do, 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 do. Yes. The little pitter patters. Aww. Oh no! No, no, baby. What, why? Oh, that's crazy. I can't wait till Moira learns what stairs are. No! Not there. What? What? Oh, 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 oh. Oh! A crab. Yeah. How was Poker Man? Did you have fun? Did you have fun? Welcome on in. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. I'm high as fuck, and I'm watching TikTok. The chat sent me. Because it's a great time, because we're doing Friday on Wednesday now. Because I'm not going to be here on Friday. Sad. But here we go. This is about 2 white people. That's crazy. Oh my god, a little dime from the store dumplings. Hey, it was good. Back from my small break, so we're back to streaming. Fuck yeah. You took a break after your 24-hour, right? Because I must have been like an exhauster, bro. Oh, look at the little guy. Look at the little guy. I want this one. I want this one. I want that one. Is that Gyozilla? Dude, that's crazy. Hold on, that's actually really good. Ew. Okay. Blue-footed booby. The great tit. Oh, I'm the great tit! Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, it killed the fuck out of my back because I was using a woody. Oh, shit, brother. I'm sorry. April is the woodcock. Understandable. May is the bustard. Cock off the rock. Horn screamer. I just bought a new gaming chair though. Fuck it. What color is it? This is a satanic nightjar. This is the go away bird. Oh. Oh, you're a bustard? Wait. Which one was that one? Oh, okay. The bustard's pretty though. You're a nightjar? Yeah, you a nightjar. Hold on, wait. That's pretty cool. Go away, bird. This one is unfortunate, I'm gonna be honest. Hi, Andrea. November is a horned guan. Thank you for checking. And a Smew. A Smew is very pretty. I saw this! I love this. It's gonna be on Happy Talk. And then he swims away because he's a baby. And then there's I'm good. How are you? There's a fun fact that I learned about this. If you play water sounds around any beaver, no matter where it is, it could be in a desert, the beaver will have the inherent need to build a dam. Doesn't matter where it is. If it just has a sound of running water, even if it's not real, it will be like, it's time. And I learned that from Pixels. Yeah. Hookah Panda, welcome on in. What a topical name. Hi, how is it going? Damn. Yeah, I joined to watch the Twitch Creator Club today. Yay! Yay! That's awesome! Fuck yeah, Kazia. Let's go. Let's go. Yay! Because aside from rating like crazy, that's valid. What is this? This isn't One Piece. No, but it seems like something cool. They fall in love? They fall in love? Ta-da! Little Lane with non-sober information. Yep. Yep. So would you say the beavers give it and they give more than a damn? Hello, hello, nice to meet you. Hi, welcome on in. That's crazy. It's only bedrotting if you're lying on your back. If you're on your stomach, then it's tummy time. I do watch most of my TikToks on my tummy. You're a bitch, Kiwi. Fuck you. Put your finger on the red circle to pick up the boy. Okay. Now gently and slowly release your fingers. Put the baby back so you can play. Huh? No! 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 Baby, no! No! Kiwi. Kiwi, you're a big old bitch. Anyways, I'm gonna go make some food and lyrics. I hope you have a good rest of your stream. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Have a wonderful food. Have a wonderful food. Thank you for the raid. The reading smut. I love this so much. I show this to Pixels. 15 feet tall merman. Really loving your voice, Anma. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, that means a lot. Especially that you like my voice, because my model was made by amazing people, so I would sure hope that it would get love. But the voice, oh, thank you. Dude, I fucking saw this. I think I saw this like 2 days ago at like 3 a.m. I was sloopy and tired, and I started giggling, and Pixels was like, what's up? And I'm like, look at this. And it was fucking crazy, bro. Nap. And the oven was so warm. And I love the dad's just thumbs up. Just that thumbs up is crazy. Cantina. This is stressful. Oh my god! A moment. Okay, valid. Okay. Okay. Ooh, look. Ayo, star me? I know, right? Eh, blah, 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 blah. I love French Goldine. Oh my god, is that gonna be one of them? Ah! 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 Wah! Wah! Oh my god, it's Sans! Oh my god, it's Sans! I don't know why I thought of that. Go wins in a brutal fight and rolls away to safety. Chat, look away! BLT, look away! Look away! This is not for your eyes, little buddy. It's ferocious. Oh my god! It's a life or death mission. That's unfortunate. Huh? Have some oats. Corn.
Mom, why are they fighting with?
What? Ah. Wait, what? Wait. It's gonna be like eating your nuts? I'm good at masturbating. Right? Okay. What's it called? Helene, are you Russian? No, I am full-blooded South Korean. Yeah, okay. Wait. Affogato. Affogato. Nice, Vex. Did you see Up Dog? What's Up Dog? What? That guy's so... Is it because he got it wrong? Did he get it wrong? What? That's crazy. That's crazy. Chibi Doki and normal OG Doki. Are they playing Roblox? Is the mom playing Roblox with her daughter right now? Oh, Pokemon! It's not Pikachu! Charmander! They should start a book club. Yes! I realized this! Doki, no, stop that. This is so true. This is very true. What? It's a dinosaur. This is how it be. Not manga. That's how it is. What? Harurara. 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 Get that V-letter where you manage VTubers if you ever need a fan. What are you talking about? What the fuck? Okay. Goddamn. Oh. Oh yeah, and then there's the cat. Yeah, and then there's the cat. I like their dishwasher. There's a cat. Swipe into you right there. That's crazy, bro. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, catch him. I fucking love that, dude. The blank stare. Hell yeah, man. Staring. Huh. Okay. Aw, yay! Yippee! That's crazy. Huh? It's actually really cute. That was actually adorable. That was so cute. That was amazing. That was so cute. Stop. I want to spread the gospel, so here we go. There's no greater love than that of the Christ who gave his life for us even when we didn't deserve it. And although he died, he didn't remain in his grave. Yo, this is crazy. This is crazy. She did. Yay! Thank you. Yes, I could have been sober today and we could have done art. But we didn't. We sat here and watched TikToks for for, I think, like an hour and a half. I gotta show you guys TikToks, though. Hold on. Hold on, wait. I gotta show you guys TikToks. If he died for my sins and I don't sin, he died for nothing. Exactly. Should I comment? No, I don't comment. Okay. Go away. You guys want to see how much, how many likes I got on that? Look, I got 7,500 likes on my comment about how I would use this lady's makeup bag as a sack to be a little hobo. I still get notifications about it to this day. I commented that in March. Just saying. Just putting that out there. Excuse me. Look at this. A groundhog named Chunk has been stealing a farmer's crop from Delaware for 4 years and eats it in front of the camera. Yeah, on my account that I don't use. They're just staring. It's great. Look at this guy. Lord, I can't change. I wanna fly free. Oh. That's for pixels. I love looking at back at notifications. Yeah. Oh. It's a Minecraft Warhammer mod. This is something I was gonna show pixels as well. Not ashamed that you came here with someone. You here in my arms. For the night like we're gonna die young. Dude, fucking sick. The cat one. Look at this cat. Wave, chat. You better wave at him. You wave? You wave? You better put a wave emote in chat if you waved at him. If you did not, you're gonna hurt his feelings. So you gotta wave back at him, okay? None of you are waving back at him. Waves. Thank you, Hookah. Endless night, it's a starless sky. It's a hell that I call home. A long goodbye on the other side. Only life I know. Oh, I can't wait for the song to come out, dude. It's gonna be fucking great. I had you here with me, and I had to learn to be. I need it now! I need it this Friday! With you in paradise, what I wouldn't sacrifice. Why'd you have to waste the light somewhere I can't go? Fuck, it's so good. Okay, sorry. Oh yeah, so it's like, look, I have a birthday present for you, or a Christmas present? I have a birthday present for you. Choking hazards! He says choking hazards because he's a kid, and these are choking hazards. Haha. It's an ice cream holder. That's a manga I want to read. Look at this cat. I like that there's cop lights behind him. Happy belong if you feel as happy as Goose does. He's just a happy boy. Oh yeah, the hamster. I don't want to read that. It's too long. This lady used her niece or nephew as a iPad stand. Crazy, right? Neef stew, bakos, thickened soup, pork boy, wartaleel, tauntauns, and leftovers. Oh, this is it's a smooth bill Annie. It's a cool bird. They're social and they're really cool. They're cute. I like it. That's for my creamy. Yeah. I love the way this keyboard sounds. Wait, listen. 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 It's so nice. Barnacle. Oh, this is a cool knife. I was a 3D printing thing. The mosquito air defense. I heard my husband yelling, help, there's shit everywhere. There's shit on the walls. Baby Bieber. Look at this car, chat. Look at it. Pink Panther car if I've ever seen one. So nice. Is there any other ones I wanted to show? Oh, look at the fireworks. Oh. I thought this was the other one. Whoops. I thought this was the other one. Okay. Well, yep. Okay. Yeah, that's all of them, I think. Fucking Chiquita banana fucking keychain, though. Chiquita banana fucking... I want a Chiquita banana keychain. Let it be known, internet. Let it be known. Let it be known. Yeah, I don't think I got anything else. Wait, no, I do have one more thing. Wait. This is specifically for Kiwi. Wait. Kiwi, are you ready? Kiwi, are you ready? Kiwi, I need your confirmation that you're ready to watch this. Because, you know, kids. Just kids. Everyone should watch this, actually. Everyone should be watching this. Because this one's actually a really funny video that I really like. So you guys have to watch it. Okay. He fucking bites it! Look at him! He bites it! And I don't know if you can hear it, but you can hear it fucking crunch, dude. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. He fucking just goes. He fucking... crunch? Dude. I'm sure. But it was crazy. Okay. Look at this. Fucking dead. He fucking hits it on the sign. Look, he hits it on the sign. He was aiming, bro. You cannot tell me he was not aiming for that sign, dude. That was fucking amazing. He just fucking mollywopped that fucking catfish into a fucking sign. Look at this. Bam! It even jiggles. The sign jiggles. Also, I feel bad for this little girl because she's like already crying. She's like already upset. Like she already had a mental breakdown. And then fucking the fish, being that sign hardcore. I know they should have killed that fish that hit the sign. That's a devil fish? That's crazy. Was that a devil fish? Oh, it could have been one of these. But I thought they were catfish, like catfish. Oh, salad, cap cheese. It's covered in cheese. Yes! Alright. Sorry. But look at this fish. And then she's so sad. She's so sad, chat. She's so sad. Oh yeah, and then fucking this. Look, it has a mullet. Look, he's gonna let his fish go. He's so sad, dude. Oh, this was funny. He just kind of like, I want it. No, I don't want it. And then he just lets it go. And the fish. And the baby. Bro, this baby is just vibing. He's like, oh, okay, well. Oh, this is fucking weird. That was fucking weird as That's fucking weird as shit, bro. Kink shame, bro. She got a good head on her shoulders. And they caught a big fish somehow. Okay, night night, baby. I gotta see you like good night, B. This like, yeah, dude. People are weird. People are weird. Fucking really gross, in my opinion. Stop yourself. Don't do this, you know, like, just do anything else. It's fucking weird. Okay. So that was all the TikToks. So we're gonna go right out. I'm gonna go be high. and maybe go play more Peak. I don't know. Maybe. Alright. Oh shit, this is me. Oh. Have I seen Dungeons and Dragons right now? That's crazy, bro. What's he doing? Oh, he's playing with Thorn. They can like call me weird. I'll see myself out. I'm sorry, man. It's one of the only things I'll fucking judge. That and the girl that sucks on her sleeve to drink. Oh, have you guys seen that? Girl, wait. Well, thanks for thinking it was nice meeting you too. I hope to see you around. I love your name, by the way. Hold on, I just gonna. Wait, hold on. I didn't hear it. Wait. It's covered in cheese. I don't know. You just sound on with me. But okay, we're gonna go raid. I'm gonna go raid J Crew, actually. I think we're gonna go do that. Oh my god, look at that texturing. Did they do that texturing? That's fucking sick. That's good ass texturing. Alright. So we're gonna go raid them. Looks like they're having a bit of a late night work sesh. So if you ever wanna, let's go, hookah. Let's go. High key, bro. Let's go. I'm high as fuck right now, but I take edibles because I'm a baby. But anywho, have fun with J Crew. I'm gonna go eat this salad, watch some popcorn, probably. I don't really know, but I love you guys. And here's a raid message. Oh shit. This song like freaked me out for a second. But have fun over there. Here's a raid message. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But I'd appreciate it if you did because I love you. Bet, see ya. I will see you, hookah. Every Friday, except for this Friday, because we're doing it now. Every Friday, we have like a high segment. So if you know of anything fun to do when you're high, like let me know. We can do them on stream. But alright, we'll be back tomorrow with puzzle games, I think, and then Dragonlance. But if we have time, we might play some Minecraft. So yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you guys a lot. I have to copy my own message. Alright, I love you. Bye!